right. I think. I can't actually tell it right now. Let's do a quick test. Right, that's there. Right. Yeah, we can hear the music. Notifications gone out. We have a Farfetch'd on the screen already. Oh, what a day! Honestly, it's like it's 20 past 10 in the morning, and I'm already saying what a day. Alright, let's knock this Farfetch'd out while I quickly make sure everything's okay. But good morning, gamers. How are we? I hope everyone's well on this Friday. I'm live so early, like 2 hours earlier than I'm usually live. Because I got up early, did everything I had to do. And today I just really want to lock in and get as close to these 2,000 encounters on this bird as possible. Honestly, it would make my week if we can get him today. We have gone hard this week. Like, okay, other people may go even harder sometimes, but I've done like 1.3k encounters. Since Monday, and I've been live every day but one, I believe. So, you know, we've really locked in this week, and we've really tried to get this badge quest going. But unfortunately, our progress to a badge quest completely depends on this bird. But that's alright. We'll get him. We will eventually get him. Especially if we're going to have a good look like this. I booted the Switch up today. There we go. I booted the Switch up today. And like straight... Why am I so tall? Like, I look so short. There we go. Sorry about that, gamers. I turned the Switch on today, and straight away there's a Farfetch'd. And as I was setting up, he walked into me. And I was like, please don't be shiny. Because if he was shiny when I wasn't recording, and I wasn't live, I was going to be so annoyed. But I would have took it. I'd have gone, well, unfortunately, guys, he's walked into me. Like, he chose he wanted to shine when I wasn't even ready. Well, good morning, gamers. I hope everyone's doing well. I got up super early this morning. I've not done all my jobs I need to do. I've just got a few things I need to do later on, but I can't do those till later on. So I thought I'd get a nice early stream in. Early stream? I don't know if 10 AM is an early stream. It's quite early for me. That's why I'm telling myself it's an early stream. I'm pretty much good to go till probably about 2:33. So we've got at least 4 hours of hunting ahead of us. As long as nothing crops up. But like this morning, I was out of the house by like 8. And I was waiting for the store to open at 9 AM. I was literally stood. Like, I don't even want to know what the like the cashiers thought of me. Or anyone that worked in the store. They was probably like, what is this person doing? They probably thought I was like waiting for Pokemon cards or something, because I swear the only time in the UK I see people like, or I see videos of people queuing outside of a shop when it's not Black Friday is like when there's like a Pokemon card release day. But now I was like, nah, I just want to do some shopping like so early. Morning, Tanya. It was 1600. Yeah, we locked in yesterday. We did like 6 hours. I told myself I was going to stop at like 1550, and I just kept going. And then I was like, okay, now I need to stop. But now we're hoping to get to 4 hours. I'm hoping I can at least get 1900. It'd be advantageous to get 2k, but I don't think that's going to happen in this stream at least. Maybe tomorrow we can get 2k. But no, I was literally stood outside the store 9 AM to literally buy like the essentials. I was like, yeah, we're just gonna go now. I didn't have any milk, so I was like, okay, I can't have any like breakfast yet. So I was like, just get to the store nice and early. It's actually quite amazing to me how many people are kind of just sitting around in their cars waiting for the shop to open. I think I was the only person not sat in my car. I was literally stood there with my bag. I was gonna get a trolley, but then I thought I don't really need a trolley. So I was like, pushed in, got a basket, ran around the shop. Well, I didn't run, but you know what I mean. Literally just got bread, some milk. I picked up some yogurts, but I get yogurts that you have to eat with spoons. I think they're like more targeted towards like kids' lunchboxes for school. They're like the tubes that you just tear off the top and then you just eat them. But I'd much rather have a yogurt like that where I don't have to get a spoon, because one, I can just eat it on the go then. And two, it's just like the quickest snack in the world. Like I can just walk through the kitchen, get one, eat it, like whilst I'm moving, and then bin it straight away. Honestly, I think every yogurt should just be made like that from now on. But that was my morning. Honestly, I've got quite a nice Friday. I've not got a lot to do. Usually my Fridays are quite full on. To the point where I can't stream for too long. I know last week I streamed for a couple hours on Friday. That was like late on in the day. But now I've found a way to make it so my VODs can upload to YouTube quite easily. It's just dependent on me remembering to do it before I go to bed. So essentially, before I go to bed, I just ask it to export it to YouTube. And then overnight it renders to YouTube. Except last night it like told me there was like, oh, this part of the audio is muted because you played copyrighted music. I was like, what? I didn't. And there's like 45 seconds or something where there's like this track on. That obviously someone has made and copyright themselves. You know, fair enough if you made it. You can do that. I don't have a problem with it. But then on YouTube it was like, oh, this part's gonna get muted too. I was like, okay, mute it then. So essentially I've got like two parts of the video. One's muted on the Twitch VOD, and one's been detected on YouTube and been like copyright struck or something. I don't know. Not struck, sorry, because that means it'll go against my channel. But essentially, this morning I've woke up and I've had to ask the YouTube in-house editor just mute that part of the stream. And I was like, oh, that's not going to take long. It's like a minute and something. I was like, surely that takes like 30-40 minutes. And then I can stream. Because I didn't want the stream to be bad quality. Luckily, I'm not dropping the frames. So that's good. But back to it. I said, oh, this takes 30-40 minutes, surely. And I clicked the confirm button. That shit told me it was going to take 9 hours. To mute a minute and like 20 seconds. I was like, huh? 9 hours? Like my boy's about to be doing a day job just to mute something. Just for the music? Yeah. It was like, I was interested. I was like, what did I play that someone has like obviously copyright, or they've made and they've copyright for themselves? And it was like Zelda melody music, or it was something, some title like that. And it was literally like a minute and 19 seconds of a clip. And now YouTube's got to work till like, what are we on? 7 PM just to mute that minute. But you know, I'm not too fussed. It's doing it in the background. I was just kind of concerned that the stream would be really bad quality if it was working from my computer, but I don't think it does it like that. But I know, just for 1 minute of music, it's going to take 9 hours to mute. I think it's probably because they have to like process the entire video again. And it is like a 5.5 hour VOD. But I was amazed. I was like, surely there's an easier way with YouTube to just not have to re-encode all the video, but apparently not. So, on a reel about 20 minutes ago, I was like, well, no stream. Stream's over. Before it even started. And I was going to be fuming because I just set up the capture card and everything. So I did a quick like Wi-Fi test to see if it's affecting my internet speeds, but it's not. So lesson learned. Just for future reference, if I need to alter a VOD, I just do it the next night. Even though it probably won't finish it by the time I get back up, I'll just leave it till the next night. So I was amazed. I was like, what? Like, I've never had anything like that. Like, on other projects, I've had it where they've been like, oh, we've had to mute this part of the video. Or, sorry, this part of the video is going to get copyright claimed. And then you just go back to, like, the editing software. You take that clip out or that music out. And you just put something else in there. And you re-render it. And then you re-upload it. And you're just like, yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it. And that takes less than 9 hours. So, I don't know. Either it's because it's a really, really long video, or it's the fact that YouTube's like in-house software editor is terrible. Lesson learned: I will not be playing that playlist again. I don't know which one it is. So today after stream, what I need to do is I need to go through my browser history. I need to look when I started stream, and go into my browser history and find the link, and just basically block that video from being recommended to me. Because I do not want that to happen again. Especially considering it was like a 2.5 hour playlist. Oh, there's a Swirlix. I didn't even see the Swirlix there. And it was like in the first 45 minutes of the playlist. And then boom, 1 minute. And then now I can't listen to that playlist because of that singular minute. But today we've got a new playlist, and we'll find out if this one is going to get, like, some audio muted. It's on Twitch as well. It said to me, like, oh, audio muted. I was like, please don't tell me the entire 5.5 hour VOD has been muted because of this 1.5 minutes or whatever. I don't even know if Twitch and YouTube agreed it was the same audio clips. But I was really panicked this morning. I was like, oh, don't tell me that entire VOD is muted. But I, like, skipped through the Twitch VOD today. And it seems to play fine. Except for, like 1.5, 2 minutes. Where there's a song playing that's copyright claimed. But I'm not ultimately, I'm not too fussed. Considering Twitch VODs get deleted in a week. Like, it is kind of annoying you have to have, like, a YouTube VODs channel. Just to maintain videos. But, oh well, it is what it is. Obviously, Twitch is free and I'm not paying for it, so I'm not going to complain. I know it can go up as well, like, as you become more affiliated with Twitch, but on a real, a week is long enough for me to be able to export it to a different platform. So, but no, that was my, like, shock horror of the day. I was really panicked, but then we was, like, all fine. So I got stressed over nothing, essentially. But anyway, yesterday as well, obviously this came, like, when I was live. essentially it's the exact same as the one I was using before, except this is an official Nintendo one, and that brilliant. Oh my god, it's a brilliant one. It's a brilliant one. It's not shiny. Except it actually charges. You just plug a USB-C into it. And it on the internet it says it has a 10 to 14 hour battery life. I haven't tested that yet. I didn't use it yesterday. My only problem is, compared to my old one I used, these buttons, like you can't click this button or this button in. But I can't whistle. I didn't know what whistling did anyway in this game, but I can't whistle anymore. And I swear on like the original GameCube controllers, they were clickable buttons, but I might be wrong. As well as the fact, the amount of buttons that go on the back of this thing. Like, look, 1, 2, 3, 4. And on the back, you've got like your screenshot button, your home button, and like the game chat, like the new game chat button to the Nintendo Switch 2. So that one doesn't bother me because I wouldn't use it, but it does look kind of ugly from that perspective. It's also so heavy, like this part is the entire weight of the controller. And I don't know, I think it's just because my other one was like quite fairly balanced that I was so confused. Like when I took it out of the box, I was like, why is it so heavy? But it wasn't. It's just meant I have to have another cable on the setup. But honestly, I didn't realize the Switch dock had like 2 USB ports on the outside of it, which is a massive upgrade compared to the Switch 1 dock. So I'll take it. But I am actually interested in seeing how long this controller lasts without dying. I'm also interested to see if I can use this controller on like the computer, like the PC. It's like the GameCube controller to me is like it's one of the only controllers I can close my eyes and visualize where every button is, because of how much GameCube I played when I was younger. And with like this controller with the button layout, it's like you either love it or you hate it depending on how much you used it. Because I showed this to one of my friends yesterday, and he's like, how are you going to use this ugly ass controller? I was like, what do you mean? And he's like, why is the A button like 5 times bigger than any other button? And I was like, I don't know, just so it was designed. Oh no. Okay. We're going to stop messing with Wobbuffets, because this has happened one too many times. I don't think we need to heal. I'm only going to go and heal if it does the low HP sound every time I get into battle. I can't be dealing with that. But no, it's Friday. Over odds. in my head, I'm like, if I get it now, it's going to be quite disappointing for other people. Because they're going to have missed it, because I did like 20 encounters off stream and got it. But I did do some research into the DLCs. And the Isle of Armor starts at a really low level until you beat the champion. And then when you beat the champion, it gets locked off at level 60. So I could potentially do some hunts in the Isle of Armor if I see any Pokemon I want to do. Obviously, I haven't looked at the Pokemon that are available on the Isle of Armor that I'd want to use, but that's what I need to finish looking into. But the Crown Tundra, that's locked off to level 60 no matter what. So there's 0 hunts in the Crown Tundra happening. So even though I could hunt with Cinderace, because obviously Cinderace is a high enough level to hang, if I had a level 60 on the team, I don't think it'd listen to me. I don't know if I could catch it. And even if I could, it'd just be so over leveled. Like, I think it'd be a higher level than the Elite Four. So, I can't get an early ice type, unfortunately. That berry tree, once again, is calling to me. I might have just to shake it down a bit. And hopefully this time not have the berry stolen by Squivet. Oh no, it wasn't Squivet. I thought the Squivet. Stuffles. I don't know why, but I feel like something's moved like on my desk overnight, but I can't tell what it is. And it's quite annoying. I think it's just when I was plugging this USB cable in, I've accidentally knocked something. But I can't tell what I've knocked. I can just tell something's not where it was. Weird. Anyway, but no, the controller did come with a cable. That was my biggest concern. But on the back of the box, it even said it comes with a cable. I literally kept it out just to show the stream. There. It says controller and cable. But to be honest, it's just like a USB-C cable. So I probably didn't even need to get the cable out. I could just use my iPhone charging cable. But I was like, I've got it out now. I might as well just plug it into the Switch. Call it a day. I need to get like a... This literally just rolled back almost and fell off the desk. I need to get like a cable lock for it so it doesn't fall off the desk. I also need to get some like I recently moved my setup so it was like more in this corner. Like I'm in a corner of the room now, so like, I'm literally sat in the corner. You can probably tell. And I cable tied literally everything in the setup because I was so done with wires just hanging everywhere. But the problem is with having this many wires, there's still wires hanging everywhere. It just looks slightly more organized because I've cable tied them. Except I ran out of cable ties. So I can't cable tie the GameCube wire down. I've also made the conscious decision that I want to just get some headphones, like some earbuds, instead of a headset. I don't know, when I like finally take it off after stream, my head just feels so warm. So I'm hoping if I get some earbuds or something that's a little bit lighter than a headset, it, like when I stop streaming, it won't feel... Like last week when it was like really warm in the UK, like my ears were so warm when I was, like, after a few hours of wearing the headset, like you could actually just feel the heat like in the ear cup. Like thankfully that heat wave stopped, but summer's only just started, so I think I'd rather get some earbuds now sooner rather than later. No, that's essentially been my my life since last stream. The biggest stress was definitely the YouTube like audio. Sorry, no, the Twitch audio mute. God. But that obviously that's a one-time thing. So now I understand what it means. Next time I see it, it's not going to be the biggest deal in the world. Because I'm like, oh, it's just that bit. Until I accidentally play like copyright music for like 4 hours of a 5-hour stream, and I'm like, well, that's a waste. But no, when I was setting up this controller yesterday, what is this? Look, what is that? We got the triple. I don't. Oh no, you might not be able to see it because of my face cam. But there's literally 3 Farfetch'd in this grass. I've never seen this. Is this a good sign? There we go, you can see them now. Never mind, there's this stuff all there instead. Of course. But no, when I was trying to sort that Twitch VOD out last night, I was watching some shiny hunting in the Safari Zone. And I think my bad luck streak continues, because they didn't find a single shiny while I was there. So I just want to do a public apology to like everyone who's trying to find a shiny, because I'm in your stream. You physically can't do it. I was about to say I don't think I found a shiny all month, but no, I found Nicky. I found one this month. That's quite bad, to be honest. I don't know, I've spent probably about 30-40 hours looking for shinies. What I did want to look at actually was the track over 999. No, it doesn't. Boo. I was low-key hoping it would. But we've officially hit the we probably hit it a long time ago. We've officially hit the Farfetch'd cap of how many we can knock out and track. Open my light on, and so I can actually get some breeze in this. Even though it's early in the morning for me, it is heating up. What is the weather usually dictates what I'm going to do on in a day, like after I'm done streaming. It's supposed to be 90. Oh, it's supposed to get to 20. It's supposed to get to 25 degrees today. Where I am. And then I feel bad if I just sit, like, doing things inside all day. That's why I actively dislike summer. The nice weather makes me feel bad. I'm doing nothing with it. Whoa, that's a brilliant. Completely missed it. My eyes just aren't with it today. My eyes feel so tired. Like I think I like to think I slept well, but my eyes are just not with it today. Maybe you need a nap. I woke up like in a bit hours ago. Like usually I like take a while to like blend into the day and actually be awake and wake up. I've done so much already today. I'm also the worst for like going for like nap. Because it won't be a nap. I just go to sleep for like 4 hours, and then I'll wake up like, let's say if I'll go for a nap at 1, I'll wake up at 5 p.m. and then I'm not going to bed till like 4 a.m. and then I've just absolutely obliterated my sleep pattern. I usually have a watch as well, like a Fitbit. Tells me how well I slept, but I forgot to put it back on last night because I put it on charge because it was fully dead, and I didn't even realise. I don't know how many days it's been dead. So it couldn't even tell me like what time I fell to sleep and what time I got up. But I know the whole point of like a Fitbit or like an active watch is to like tell you how many steps you've done and how many calories you burn and things like that. I literally use it to tell the time and to see how much sleep I got. That's my only uses for it. But the watch does track like if you go to sleep in the day as well. But it just adds it to like how much sleep you got in the night. So if you got like, let's say 8 hours sleep at night, and then you have like a 3-hour nap for some reason, the watch will just go, oh, you slept for 11 hours last night. It's like, well, I didn't. Why is this patch of grass like the only one that's given us Farfetch'd today? I'm not liking it. I don't think we're gonna be as productive as yesterday. Just from like the first 30 minutes of stream. It's not. It doesn't feel like it's gonna be as productive. I'll be honest. This. What is this music? No idea. I can't even see what it's called. I honestly prefer the playlist where it can tell me the song, like, and how long it's got left, or what is it? Is it the segment? Yeah, that's what it's called. The segment. Like, oh, I like this. If I want to listen to it, it's in my head. At least I have a slight clue what it's called. One thing I couldn't do actually today was at the shop, like a petrol station next to the shop. I was gonna go get diesel. Like there was no like signs or anything that said no diesel, so I pulled in, and I went to start putting the actual liquid in the car, and it capped out at like £2.17. I was like, what? So I kept like pressing the button. And it kept putting like 10 pence of like diesel in. And then it'd stop. It'd be like every like 20 seconds I'd be able to get like 10 pence of diesel in. So I was like, I'm not going to spend like the next 10 minutes just trying to get like £20-25 worth of diesel before my car gets full. I waited that long for a stuffle. It took so long to appear as well. So I like went into the what do they call it? The place, like the little shop where you like usually pay for your fuel. And I was like, I can't remember what number. I don't think I told them a number. I just went, oh, the diesel's not pumping properly. And there's like, oh, what number are you at? And I was like, I don't know. I just pointed to like the car. And they was like, oh, you haven't put £5 on, because it's like a £5 minimum spend if you want to get. I was like, no, I don't want to spend £5. Like, who actively goes out of their way? You own a car. You just put £5 of like fuel in the vehicle, like at a time. And the cashier just had no, like, they just assumed I wanted to pay for like £2.30 of diesel. I was like, no. Like, I physically can't get any more. I was like, what do you mean? I was like, I pressed the button and the diesel isn't coming out. She's like, oh. So, like, once we move past the, point of her realising I didn't just want to pay, like, £2 for some diesel. She's like, oh, have you, like, tried pressing it again? I was like, yes. She's like, you took it out and, like, put it back in and, like, reset? I was like, yes, I've done all of that. She's like, oh, I don't know, I've never had this. So she had to, like, call for someone to come. And I assumed that person would be, like, in the back of, like, the shop. The petrol station shop. But no, the person had to come from the main shop. And it took them, like, 10 minutes to get here. And I was just stood there so long. And I left my phone in the car. So I was just kind of looking around, like, I don't know, if, like, when you used to have nothing to do, you kind of just looking at everything to try and kill time. And I swear I've read, like, every single, like, flavour of crisps and, like, sweets they do. So I was just that bored. And the worst part was, in those 10 minutes I was just in there, nobody else came in to pay for their fuel. So at this point I still didn't know if it was a me problem or a them problem. I know it was early in the morning, but I was like, surely someone's going to come. And going to know if I'm in the wrong or if it, like, is actually broken. And then when the person finally came, I had to explain the same thing to them, and instantly to them in their head, there's like, no, you got to put £5. I was like, no, I'm not trying to pay for £2.30 of fuel. And then they got the picture, and they went, I was like, let me literally show you. So I took them. I took her, like the person who'd come from the shop. Showed her. I was like, it physically won't. Like, you could hear it like clicking. Like when you press the button all the way to the top, it just go. My mic's not picking it up. It's like my mic can't pick it up. Okay. It's like an empty click almost. I was like, what do then? She's like, oh. She went, oh, let me check. Like the fuel levels or whatever. And she like went in the back and like checked. She's like, oh, we're out of diesel. I was like, wonderful. So I got £2.30 of diesel. And I was like, so how do I pay? And she was like, you can't pay on card, because through card it has to be a minimum of £5, so you have to give us cash. And like, luckily I managed to scrape £2.30 in cash. Like, just like, I'm sure other people do it. Like when you get random change from like drive-throughs and things like that, you just chuck it in your car. And then one day when you clean your car, you're like, oh, I'll take that out though. So I had to like string together like coppers and silvers of like £2.30. But it was like, I'm not even gonna lie, it was like a 25-minute ordeal. And I got £2.30. Like, it was like £2.32, £2.33 of petrol. Sorry, diesel. But I wanted to know what would happen if I don't have cash. I would have been like, oh, you gotta wait for the diesel person to come then. Or did they just be like, oh, don't worry about it. If they'd been like, don't worry about it, I'd been like, I'm kind of upset I spent all my cash. Like random cash from my car on the diesel, but yeah. Is what it is. But that's like the first time that's ever probably happened to me. Usually I go, and I just fill up normally. But usually I go, and there's like one of those yellow signs over the handle saying no fuel of this amount of this type. And then I'm just like, ah, just do it next time. Except there's been very few times where I've got down to like 20 miles left in the car. And then I'm like, oh, thank God I made it to the petrol station. And then I'm stressed because they don't have any. I'm like trying to Google where the closest one is. And there's been like 2 instances where I've been like had no fuel, and the place I've gone to have also had no fuel. And that is, it's like the stress, like the most stressful time of your life. I swear. You're like, oh, I'm gonna be abandoned. I'm gonna have to walk and buy a jerry can just to get like £5 of fuel, just to walk back to my car, to then drive back to that petrol station, to then fill the car up and move on with my day. It'd be like a massive ordeal. But luckily, that has never happened to me yet. But the day it happens is probably the day I'll learn. That sometimes I just need to get out of the way and get it. I'm in the mindset of if I'm not driving past one, I refuse to go out my way. That actually came back to bite me earlier this year. We was driving like, I don't know, like 100 miles away from where I live. And we was driving back from like the coast. And I was like, it was like a main road. I was like, surely we're going to hit a petrol station soon. And we were driving for like another 40 miles. I was like, I'm not going to hit one. So I said to the person I was with, I was like, oh, can you like Google petrol station near me? And the only one that came up was 20 miles in the direction we just come from. And I was like, no, I refuse to go to that one. And then the car did like the beep because it had 25 miles left. And I was like, we're going to have to go to that one. We're going to have to go all the way back, like halfway back towards where we've just been at the coast, to then come back on ourselves again. And we ended up doing it. And it ended up being like a Tesco Superstore one. I can't even remember what it was. It was like a 50-minute thing. And then we finally stepped back off once we got fuel again. Started driving. Another Swirlix. Started driving, like back on the road where initially I said, can you look where the nearest petrol station is? And I kid you not, we drove 5 miles, 10 miles more, and there was a service station on our side of the road. And I was like, why did the phone not tell us that was there? Like, it wasted so much of the day. And I wouldn't usually be that bothered. But it was that person's birthday. So it was literally like, we wasted 50 minutes of their birthday to, like, for them to go see their family. And then we also had, like, a booking for a meal. And we was nearly late to, and nearly missed out on. Just because we didn't get back in time to, like, pick the other people up. It was so much chaos. All because, for some reason, the GPS on that phone just couldn't tell me there was going to be a petrol station. So I knew in my head that there had to be one soon. But I was like, I can't risk it. And then again, I played the big risk of hoping they had diesel. Because if they didn't have diesel, it was over. Their birthday was being spent at a service station, waiting for the service station to get diesel. And I don't think that's the way anybody, like, in the world wants to spend their birthday. Like, personally, if I did it to myself on my birthday and I, like, ran out of petrol at the service station, I'd be like, well, it's on me, so, you know, it's fine. It is what it is. But I've done it to myself, so I've wasted my own day. I'd feel bad if I was with other people. If I was by myself, I'd be like, completely fine. I was like, I will, lesson learned. Maybe this will finally, like, make me realise that I can't just hope that I run into a petrol station every single time I go somewhere. Can you catch a Stuffle? And no, we're not catching random Pokemon right now. I'm just trying to lock in and hunt for this Farfetch'd. I'll come in though. I'm just not going to catch a Stuffle because I hate Stuffle right now. And two, I don't know what that means. And it could be like offensive to call it crispy offensive name in a different language. So I'm not going to do that. Sorry. Like, I'm sure it's just like a normal name. Like, I'm not trying to assume, but I've seen instances where people have like accidentally named Pokemon like offensive things. Like, even if it was like an English word. And I didn't know what it meant, I still wouldn't name it. I'd name a Pokemon after that. But welcome in, Arc. Oh, what a tune. That person was also fuming. Because I'll be real, I was getting so stressed. Like, trying to drive to the petrol station. I was like, oh, we're going to run out of fuel. And every time I had to brake to go around a corner, I was like, well, that's it. The car might not accelerate anymore. But then luckily we got there. And then we just moved on with our day. But it was close to like the day being like written off in a disaster at like 11 AM. It's like I don't know if it was like in any other country, but in the UK in like 2021, I want to say 2022, there's like a massive fuel shortage. And where I worked, it was like the top floor of a hotel, but it wasn't working for the hotel. It's just where the offices were based. The company I worked for. And it was just like a full windows all around, so you could see. So while I was sat at my desk, I could look out the window and I could see a petrol station almost below the hotel. And while there was this massive like fuel shortage for like a week straight, anytime I'd look out that window, there'd be like a 20-car queue just waiting for diesel or petrol to come in. And it was also kind of lucky because I could like see when it was actually moving and go and get some for myself. But then obviously you'd have to go join that queue. But I kid you not, from 9 till is it Arkan Alive? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Thank you. I currently don't have a Discord, so my schedule is kind of just all over the place. I appreciate the kind words, thank you. What was I saying? I've lost my train of thought. I don't have a Discord actively right now, so I can't add anyone on Discord because I don't have an account, so. I hope you're doing well. But no, so for like, I was working that job, it's like, it was a 9 to 5, but I worked 8 till 8 AM, 4 PM, because I'd rather finish early, just so I have longer in the evening to do things. And I'd arrive, and there'd be a queue for the like petrol station below the hotel, and I'd leave, and there'd still be a queue at the same petrol station, and it also almost be as if the queue hadn't moved. And I swear, sometimes you'd see people just sat waiting for hours, like 4 or 5 hours, just waiting for the fuel truck to pull into the petrol station. But luckily, for some reason, people just didn't think about like that was one just in a town, and there was one just on the outskirts of that town. And obviously they was out of fuel too. But people just didn't think about paying like an extra 5 to 10p for the premium fuel. I was like, I just pay for the premium fuel. I'm not gonna queue for hours when I can spend like, in the end, probably like an extra £2, £3, and just pay for the premium fuel, but not have to queue for hours on end, praying that there's gonna be petrol. Like, it's not something I want to do, spending extra on fuel, but, you know, I'd much rather just spend an extra couple pounds or dollars than waiting and just... I can't think of anything worse, like spending your day. Even if it, like, especially if it's like one of your only days off. And you can't just waiting for like fuel to actually come in so you can move and go about your day. But that only lasted for a couple of weeks. It was like a 3 to 4 week process. I actually ended up downloading this app on my phone, and it'd tell you like the if they had fuel or not, if they manually updated it, as well as how much it would cost. So it's still quite a good app now if I was like, I need to save money. So you could see like within like a 10-mile radius what's the cheapest, and if they actually have any. That's probably the best part about the app, is if they manually update it, they tell you if they have petrol and diesel or not before you even get there. I'll be honest, I used the app for about a month and a half, and then I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go to the closest one now. I can't be bothered. But sometimes you drive like an extra 20 minutes to save like £2, and then by the time you drove back, it's like, was that saving that couple pounds even worth it? Probably not. Hey. I assumed that would be. I don't know if I got sleep in my house. I just can't like feel like I'm awake today. I don't know if anyone else ever has that. Like, you're awake but you don't feel. Maybe I could down like a litre of water. That'd help. That has actually helped a bit. Maybe my body's just like really dehydrated. Plot Terry's, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Welcome in. Maybe my body's just like extremely dehydrated. I was like in that much of a rush this morning, obviously to get everything done. So I just didn't have time to like get breakfast or... Usually when I wake up, the first thing I do is I have like 2 of these like next to my bed. I just drink them before I get out of bed, and then before I know it, I've had like a litre of water for the day. Because I used to like really struggle like getting enough water in my body for the day, so I like made an active effort to just fix that problem. It's only usually really a problem that they like if I'm not talking. Like if I'm rarely talking the day, like my body rarely gets thirsty. Gokugu, Gokugu, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you? We're just chilling on a Friday. It's still a morning. Seeing if we can get this yellow bird for the weekend, but who knows? This might become a weekend on. Do I like Beyblade Metal Fusion? I've heard of Beyblade, but I don't know what Beyblade Metal Fusion is. What is it? Like, the only thing I could say you should watch it. Oh, is it like a TV show? The only thing I know about Beyblade is I used to have one. It's obviously that thing that you rip like into an arena and they like spin. That's like my only memories I've got of Beyblades. That's the stuff that I do not want to run into. It's a crazy show. It's so good. Well, what like, where can you watch it? I always see these programs I want to watch, or like my friends also want to say, watch this program, and I'm like, yeah, I'll watch that, and then I'll go to watch it, and I'll be like, where is it? Oh, it's on YouTube. See, that's quite easy to watch. Like, I always have people going, oh, watch this program. What's it on? Oh, it's on like Paramount Plus. I'm like, what's Paramount Plus? Like, how do I get that? And they're like, oh, to get Paramount Plus, you have to pay for like an Amazon Prime subscription, and then you have to pay for the Paramount Plus Edition subscription. And then before you know it, you're spending like £25 a month to watch one TV program. There's Beyblade Metal Fusion, and then Beyblade Metal Masters, and Beyblade. There's a lot of it. Is it like, do they all link together, or are they like separate shows? I used to be into watching. It's obviously got nothing to do with Beyblade, but like years ago, The Walking Dead, and like they promote like you have to watch them all. Half the time they don't even link together, and then before you know it, you're spending about 4 to 5 hours a week watching shows, like shows that they swear were gonna link together and then never did. They're together? Okay, so they're actually kind of linked. Do you have any favourite Dragoons? What Dragoon? You like Dragon types? Or something completely different? Google. No, I don't know what Dragoons are unless you mean dragons. I look like I could be carrying. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Good thing. Thanks. I've never actually watched Power Rangers or like been into it, like ever. Like even as a kid, I can't remember like watching it. I'm sure I did. It's just like didn't watch it enough to have a vivid memory of it. Or you could be a Ninjago character, the Lego Ninjagos. Try best. I know of Lego Ninjago. Again, it's just I think that came out like just after I stopped watching like TV show. I kind of literally just missed the boat with that. Like the only thing I know about Ninjago is I've seen like the massive Lego sets they do for them, like in like the Lego shop or shops themselves. Like Lego's something that I think is like so fun, and it's like they actually do interesting stuff. It's just so expensive. It's like you're spending like £150 for like just get one set, and then you build it, and then you're like, well, that's done. And like personally, I don't have room to Lego sets up, but I built it, and then I've got to take it down and put it back in the box, and then there's just no point. Beat me a sword and shit. Yeah, you probably could, because I've only got one Pokemon, so. We are. What we're done? We've done in an hour. We've done 65. That's not a bad ratio, to be fair. So like in an hour, I've probably been near 1800. So that's. I'll take that personally. But no, I don't personally. I don't really ever Pokemon battle, to be honest. That's never really interested me. I think it's just of how much time you've got to put into like building. And then like stat maxing them. Like, I'm not massive into like the competitive scene, but I don't even know if they're allowed to like beat Pokemon in. I don't know if they have to like legitimately breed them at like the perfect stats they want, or if they're allowed to actually just, like essentially spawn them in. If they have to like legitimately breed every single Pokemon they want to use, and then perfectly EV train them, that's like more than a full-time job. You not play Pokemon? I hadn't played it since it came out, so I decided to do another playthrough of it. But I didn't just want to play through it, so I'm doing a shiny badge quest. I've spent almost a week now looking for Farfetch'd. And the reason I played through it though is because like the first time I played it, I wasn't a massive fan, and I want to see if it's genuinely because I'm not a fan of the games, or just because I like rush through the games to complete them, and then never really touched them. There we go. I thought as I started talking about like how good our ratio's been for an hour, I thought it'd be I thought it would have washed up. You have good Pokemon. I don't trade for Pokemon. All I can use are shiny Pokemon that I find in the game, so I appreciate the offer though. What I should probably do is check if on my Pokemon field I've actually got the shiny charm. I'm gonna imagine I do. I usually play Pokemon games till I get the shiny charms, and then I take a bit of a break, and then I come back and do shiny hunts. But in this game, I only did like 10 shiny hunts max. Of how bad like the methods are, in my opinion. Like other The other people may enjoy it, but I personally don't enjoy like methods like this where you just run around. I'd rather do like an actual. Or if you did 2 Pokemon only, I literally have 1 Pokemon that I can use, so. Like these 2 are just like filler Pokemon, so I don't accidentally get too high of a level by actual Pokemon I'm using. I'm just really not in the mood to be knocking out Stuffles, just because I know they're going to endure. Like 9 times out of 10 when I encounter a Stuffle, it just endures. That will dictate what I'm like how many encounters I'm gonna assume I can get. R4, so go to like 3-ish and then I'll have to get ready. Then now we did 60, we'll call it. We can do another 108, so we can at least get to like maybe even 1.9 today. You have 5 boxes of Dreepies? Why do you have 5 boxes of Dreepies? Was you like breeding them for a shiny, or do you like it? You got it? What, you got a shiny Dreepy? Nice. I find it amazing when people find shinies by like breeding through eggs, because it's, to me it just takes so long. So when people can actually sit there and just run about with eggs in inventory, you gotta give them credit. I've done like 2 of those ever, and I find them so like double crushing. Like it's okay if you're doing something else like on the side, and you just hatching eggs in the background, but people that just hatch eggs, they're monsters. But to be fair, you got it in 5 boxes. That's quite good. You got 10 boxes of Time Polo. Did you at least get the shiny from that, or did you rip off the 10 boxes? No, you didn't get it. That's rough. The last egg hunt I did was for Snom, and it took me over 31 boxes. So it was about 1,000 eggs I hatched. And I don't think I ever got it. I think I just gave up. I was like, I put it down for the day. I was like, I'll come back to this in a few days. I just never did, because it takes so long to just get an encounter when hatching eggs. Like, I know the odds are like ridiculously good, but I just feel like I'm so unlucky with that type of encounters. I have to go to the Pokemon Center and heal soon, so we're going to run out of moves very shortly, to be honest. Then we've got about 25 left. But no, the only time I've ever had good luck through hatching eggs, it was my first ever Full Odds Shiny, And I was just randomly hatching eggs trying to complete the Pokedex in Pokemon Black and White. And I was like trying to get all the baby Pokemon. So like I had the fully evolved versions and I needed to get either the baby versions or the second stage. And I accidentally put Spiritomb in the daycare. I was like, well, I've put Spiritomb in there. So I got like 2 Spiritomb eggs. Took them out, put them in my PC, and put Spiritomb back in my PC, because obviously Spiritomb's a one stage evolution. And then years later, I was playing that file, and I was like, oh, I just hatched the rest of these eggs that I didn't end up hatching. Spoiler alert, I never finished doing that badge. Not the badge, the Pokedex, like complete Pokedex. The live stream's fun. Thank you, I appreciate it. I try to make it as interactive and engaging as possible, because, you know, I understand if people are going to watch me, it's their time that they're spending, and they could do anything else with it, so I try and make it as interesting as possible. And I hatched like 4 eggs that I had just in my PC. And out of those 4 eggs, 2 of them was a Spiritomb and 1 was a shiny. And like when I hatched it, I didn't fully understand like how rare that was. But the fact I got a shiny Spiritomb in 2 eggs that I had of it was like I have it on my Pokemon Home now, and I think that's like my favourite shiny I've ever had. But I like anime. I've watched some films of anime, but I've never actually actively sat down and watched like anime series. Like the closest thing I've probably watched to anime is like some of the Pokemon anime when I was younger. And I watched the anime film called, is it Your Name? Or My Name? That's like the last anime thing I watched. I also remember on that copy of Pokemon White, I once accidentally failed a shiny Tranquil. Like in Black and White, there's 2 types of grass. There's like normal grass, and there's darker grass where you get double battles. And oh, you know the rules. If there's a brilliant mon in the water, we've got to fish it. And I got a shiny through a double encounter. And I accidentally killed it with Air Cutter, so I didn't realise Air Cutter damaged both of them. And I knocked it out. And I was so distraught. I don't want the red carp. I want the golden carp. I probably should have knocked it out for the Watts, but it is what it is. It's only like 200 at the end of the day. I'd be more bothered if I knew how many I had. Still cannot find out. Even on the internet, it doesn't tell you where I can find out, where I can get my balance checked of bots. So I'm just going to imagine either nobody else has really cared to want to know, or you physically can't check. Hey, we're getting a little bit of a chain going. I don't think we've seen a brilliant Farfetch'd today yet. And the odds are supposed to be like 1 in 30 because of how many I've knocked out. And I feel like I see anything but brilliant Farfetch'd on this route. Oh, there he goes. I'm not a fan of wanting a Minchino right now. I like it as a mon, but I can't have a Minchino and a Nickit on the same team. Especially when I don't know where you get the shiny stone. I think I'd potentially accidentally soft lock my game if I didn't over level. I don't think they'd be able to wipe Nessa. It's kind of crazy that if I pretty much play the same amount and stream the same amount next week, we could be at odds like that quick. The only positive of like having a slightly long hunt is you have time to plan. But it has given me time to like research this game and remember more of this game, because again, I've only played it once. And I feel like to be able to remember a Pokemon game effectively, you need to play it 3-4 times. At least I feel like I have to be able to remember important facts. Speaking on the topic of anime though, yesterday I saw on Twitch like Pokemon was streaming for a few hours, like just random episodes of Pokemon. I didn't realise they did that. So I clicked into it, and I was like, oh, is this like a 24/7 like streaming channel? Other than when they're like doing Pokemon Directs and things like that. And no, it just turns out like every other day they'll like stream. I think it's like 6 to 8 episodes for like 2 to 3 hours. And I was slightly disappointed because I was like, there's no way there's like a 24/7 Pokemon anime like Twitch channel, like the Pokemon themselves. I'll be honest, it had quite a lot of viewers. I was like, there's probably a way they can like make this really like profitable. I think I clicked on like halfway through the last episode because it was like 10 minutes, and I kind of just left it on in the background while I was doing other stuff. And then I looked over next, and the stream was over. I was like, oh, it's not 24 hours then. But I saw in the chat that people were doing commands. Someone did like !Thursday, and it listed the episodes that was going to be on. And then the stream just ends. But then I saw that the actual, obviously a moderator who was running it, was like promoting the reruns they was going to do of like the trading card game, like championships and like the video game series championships. On a real, I think there should be like a Pokemon _anime channel that they stream 24/7. I actually think that'd get so many viewers for them. And it'd be like such an easy way just to watch the anime. It's like, as I spoke about the other day, I would actively... Like, if I had something like that, I'd just put it on in the background when I was just doing something. Just like to buy the Pokemon Indigo League, like the first like 200 episodes. It's like £80 to like buy it on DVD format. And I'm gonna be real, I'm not spending £80 on a DVD in 2025. Like, credit to people that do collect the DVDs and things like that, but that ain't for me. Especially when, like, Gen 1, like, the Gen 1 of the anime isn't even my favourite. I quite like, the Johto anime. I can remember watching that as a kid. But the Sinnoh, is it Sinnoh League? That's what I definitely watched the most as a kid, because obviously I'm of that era, where, like, when I was growing up watching the Pokemon anime, was like the newer episodes that was on. And one thing I always find quite hard is the fact that on the TV, at least when I was growing up, they never like did reruns of the older animes. It was just always the new. And I remember quite a lot being like, oh, I'll watch that later, and I'd come back at like 4:30 in the afternoon, and it'd just be the episode from like the day before, and I'd be like, well, what's the point? Like, yeah, maybe for people that didn't see it the day before, but surely you'd give like a longer gap, or you'd do it like a week after. I don't think I watched any of the anime past Sinnoh, to be honest. I don't think I've ever watched Universe or Gen 5. And I definitely didn't watch Gen 6, 7, or 8. But then I don't even know when Ash left. Did he leave in like Gen 7 or Gen 8? Because I'm fully aware now, like, he's not in it anymore. I just know that from like... and like other people playing. I'm genuinely curious if people actually still like it, or if because Ash has left, it's like a decline in viewership. When I find the next Farfetch'd, I'm going to actually Google if the anime still goes on. Or if they did like a series without Ash in it, but nah, call it off. I can't imagine they would. Like, I'm sure there's a proper reason why they stopped doing it with him, but it just seems like such a weird choice to me after so long that you go, yeah, we're not doing it with this guy anymore. Is Pokemon anime still going? Yes, the Pokemon anime is still going. While the original series following Ash capturing... Oh, it hit 25 years. Okay. That makes more sense. So in their head, there's like, we're at 25 years. If we don't stop now, we've probably got to go until 30 years. So kind of a choice where you either keep it going for another 5 years minimum. So it'd be quite weird to stop after like the 27th year. So, okay, fair enough. New series, Pokemon Horizon. The series is the new protagonist. The series is the 26th, and it's currently in the 2nd season. So it's in the 27th season. There's 25 seasons of Ash kept. I didn't know that, I'll be honest. I thought they just had like Indigo League Season 1, Johto Season 2, Ewen Season 3. I didn't realise like within Johto there's like 1, 2, 3 or 4 seasons. That's so weird. How many episodes? How many episodes? There we go. How many Pokemon episodes are there? There's 1,269 Pokemon episodes in English. That is mental to me. That's crazy. that's mad. Let's say there's 20 minutes in each episode. Like, you'd spend so long watching it. It's like what's that one that? There's like an anime that's got over like 2,000 episodes that people like joke about that is basically impossible to get into now unless you watched it like near from the start and you've kind of just watched it all from there. There's a card game here. One Piece. Like, frankly, there's way too many episodes of One Piece that it's impossible to like catch up. Surely there's no like definitive like DVD that's got over 1,000 episodes on, because there'd be so many discs and it'd be so expensive. You'd easily spend like £250 on that, minimum, surely. And it's like, what? Who's gonna buy that other than like adults that are like fully invested in the anime? Right, I am gonna get to 1690, and then I'm gonna go to the toilet and then stretch my legs, because amazingly somehow we've already been going 90 minutes. I don't even know how. Hopefully no audio has accidentally been muted. That's my big concern today. I suppose a good sign is if the playlist doesn't have ads, because they physically can't gain money from if it's copyright stroke, so why would they play ads? Jabba8, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Did I just miss a Farfetch'd, or was that? I saw it like out of the corner of my eye, so I hope I didn't just miss Farfetch'd by accident. That's gonna be like with me for the rest of the day now. I think I'm pretty sure it was like a Minccino and a Swabbly, not a Swabbly, a Minccino and a Stuffle, and out the corner of my eye for some reason I thought it looked like a Farfetch'd. I'm getting the wrong 5% encounter because Drifloon's also 5% encounter on this route. I want the Farfetch'd, not the purple balloon. If I was to go for a shiny Drifloon, I'd probably soft reset for it every Friday at the Valley Windworks. That'd actually be quite a cool hunt that I used to do once a week. I might look into doing that at some point. Probably after this badge quest, but that'd actually be quite cool just to be like just doing it once a week, like not time skipping or anything, just like every Friday. I suppose I'd have to look up what are the time periods that you can actually hunt it though. Because I know it's at the Valley Windworks on Friday evening, but I don't know what time Pokemon class is evening and what time they class as night. So if it's only like 2 hours, it's probably not worth hunting 2 hours a week. Especially with how long soft resets take on the Switch. Like, personally, I've never done a soft reset hunt on the Switch, just because of how long it takes compared to, like, a DS. Unless I'm missing, like, some secret where you can just do a quick soft reset like you can on the DS. I don't think you can. I am back. I was literally as quick as humanly possible. Just because I'm like obsessed with this hunt at this point. This is why you don't make sparse decisions, like last second decisions of what Pokemon you want to hunt. Use me in this hunt as an example. Plan effectively. Like, on a real, I don't even like Farfetch'd that much. I'm just hoping using one will make me like it more. I think when we hit 170, not 170, I'd be so sad if we were at 170 still. I think when we hit 1700, we shake the berries off the tree. For good luck. It's kind of become like a ritual. Actually, when we come back from the Pokemon Center, we'll shake the berries off the tree. We'll go a little bit over 1700, but it'll only be like a couple, so it won't be too bad. That brilliant Swirlix. Oh, we'll knock you out then, Swirlix. Go on. What I wouldn't mind knowing is if there's anywhere on the Switch I could check the battery life on this thing. That just... It wouldn't be the end of the world if it died midstream. I'd be slightly annoyed if it lasted less than like 3-4 hours, but... I'd just have to like pull a cable across my desk. And I wouldn't want it to like knock anything. Or like accidentally go over like my audio mixer. On a real, when I was getting a drink, I was thinking like I'm the worst person in the world. Like no matter what time I get up in the morning, I will have a shower like straight away. Like sometimes I'll get up at like 5:20, and I am having a shower. I do not care what time of day it is, and my shower's here, and then the wall for my neighbours is directly next to the shower. So nah, they've probably definitely at least once been woke up to me like banging about in the shower, or like the shower itself running. Like honestly, even their bedroom might be directly next to my shower. So, like if I get up at 5:20, having a shower. If I get up at like 10:30, I'm still having a shower. And then before I go to bed, I have to have a shower. I don't know why. I used to have like this mindset of I have to have a shower before and after like being to sleep. And I know like you do get Leaf Blade on Farm. I thought you would. We'll go to that. It's a little bit late. I was hoping we got it like level 25 so we can use it on Nessa. Not level 55. Maybe Farfetch'd learns it earlier. Let's have a look. Farfetch'd learn set. Farfetch'd Gen 8 learn set. No, he also gets Leaf Blade at level 55. So no matter what, I'm not getting Leaf Blade in time for Nessa. Never mind. There goes the plan. That's so late to get a grass move. So I may need to hunt for a grass type. If I decide I want a grass type, that is. That's annoying. I don't know if there's a TM for Leaf Blade. If there's a TM for Leaf Blade, it's not that bad, but honestly, there's that many TMs in this game, I don't know anymore. Victory Ahead, welcome in. Thank you for the follow, gamer. Much appreciated. Hello, how you doing? But no, honestly, when they started adding, like, 200 TMs in games like this, I lost it. I found it hard enough in, like, Gen 4, Gen 5, when they were one-time use. And there was only, like, up to... And then the question would be, even if there is a TM for Leaf Blade, where is it and how late in the game is it? Welcome in, Victory Ahead, how are you doing? Fine, great to hear. I am doing well. We're getting some encounters in. I'd say nice and early, but it's not even the morning anymore. It's literally noon. So we're just vibing and running into countless Farfetch'd. Trying to find a different coloured one. That's the game plan today. Locked in, focusing. Sorry, we've been locked in for the past few days. That nearly ended so bad. I don't thought it was on camera. I went to shake my drink, and like the lid popped as I went to shake. That would have been like, I'd have made it on live stream fails. Just shaking water all over myself. I didn't want to run into the stuffle. That's so annoying. Of course it endures. Of course it does. Oh, that entire minute has just been a disaster. I nearly, like, wet the entire setup with water and mix, and then I ran into a Stuffle instead of a Farfetch'd, and then it goes. That sums up that minute. How's streaming going? It was going fine until I nearly spilt water everywhere, but other than that, we'll swiftly move on. But no, with a showering situation, I know it's like, you're not supposed to shower twice a day. I just feel like I have to. Probably a habit I should probably get out of, but once you're in it, you're in it. Don't walk into me. What type of online is in this game other than battling and trading? I don't know if Wonder Trade's in. I used to love Wonder Trade in X and Y. I can remember actually doing a Wonder Lock where you have to use Pokemon to get Wonder Traders to you. But the annoying thing is that 9 times out of 10, by the by the time I finally got around to doing like a challenge like that, like a fun run like that, 9 times out of 10 you'd get like a hacked in Pokemon that was level 100, perfect IVs, perfect EVs, got like a competitive item one with a competitive moveset. And I'd be like, I don't really want to use that. I don't really want to use that in like a normal playthrough. Well, first of all, it's level 100, so it won't listen to me, and it won't die. So I'd probably spend longer trying to get just a normal Pokemon. Well, we got a Brilliant. Not shiny, though. Trying to get a normal Pokemon I can use, and that I also haven't had. Don't you mind, link up? I don't have Discord, so I physically cannot. I have YouTube, Twitch. They are the only forms of social media you could, if you'd call them that I have right now. I have no use for Discord, so I didn't even bother using one. So you'd either, like, essentially, you're doing that Wonderlock. You'd either get, like, a Caterpie or a Zigzagoon, and falls in that, like, challenge where you can only have one of each Pokemon. So then you'd be trading away either a Zigzagoon that's level 3 that got caught on the first route, or you'd be trading into, like, hacked-in Pokemon, or legendary Pokemon that have been hacked in, and then you're trying to find the perfect balance, and it was just so hard to, like, dictate when the Pokemon was, like, fair and usable. So 9 times out of 10, you'd end up with, like, Pokemon you can catch on the first 2 routes in the game. I think the best Pokemon I got in that entire, like, challenge run was being, like, just a level 1 bred Squirtle. It was not, like, it wasn't hacked in. It didn't have loads of egg moves, anything like that. I don't know if I've still got that save file, if I would have gone over it. As a kid, I wasn't very good at sticking to one save file. Yeah, level 65. Let's go. Like, I'd only have 2 versions of like a generation. So let's say if I played through Y first, if I wanted to do any challenge run, I'd have to reset my X save, my Pokemon X save, countless times. I'd always buy one of the, as a kid, I'd always buy, like, Pokemon Y when it came out, and then I'd get the one afterwards for Christmas, like the other version for Christmas. So I'd be like stuck on a normal playthrough for like 2-3 months, and I'd do loads of challenge runs, like, for the rest of the year, if I wasn't shiny hunting. Oh, we already got moves? Oh. Let's hope we don't start with a chain of Farfetch'd. Of course we do. The one time I don't want them so I can go and heal. Sorry, Cinderace. You're just gonna have to lose 25% of your HP till Farfetch'd decides he wants to stop appearing now. Oh, you. This always happens. Always. Surely not. Surely we don't get yet another one. There we go. Let's quickly go and heal. I know, I can see a Galarian Slowpoke at Wedgehurst Station. Thank you for telling me though. I appreciate it. In case I forgot. On the way down, it's time we hit the berries. Yep, no Farfetch'd, so we hit the berries. After having used this Stuffle. I just can't shake this, like, tired feeling today. I don't know what it is. I've not even done anything that, like, tiring. We'll give it 4 shakes. One more. And we'll call it quits there before we accidentally anger a Pokemon. I don't think any of them berries are any good, but it's better than accidentally encountering Squivet. I feel like this second hour of the stream, the encounters have slowed down a lot more than the first. Hopefully this was like a really dry hour of Farfetch'd. And then the next hour's going to make up for it. But I feel like we've barely done any encounters past first hour. Oh, don't leave him, don't leave him. I honestly didn't expect another one to appear there. That's why I started running off. I'm usually quite good at waiting. I just felt like he wasn't gonna pop up. Ooh. Are these last 10 minutes of the hour going to completely make up for the hour? Is he trying to redeem himself? No, never mind. He doesn't want to redeem himself. He just thought he'd give me a few encounters. Unless... I think I want to name this guy after the owl from Ocarina of Time. I'm not strictly just doing like Zelda nicknames, and I know I'm going to have 2 out of 2 Zelda nicknames, but I honestly can't think of a other name. Or another bird that looks similar. Let me think. What I'm not meant to do. Owl from Ocarina of Time. His name? Kapora. Kapora? That's not too bad. Apparently it's Kapora Gabora. I didn't even know that was his name. Interesting. Just because of how similar Farfetch'd looks to the owl from Ocarina of Time. But, you know, I'm not guaranteed to find it today, so maybe I'll think of another name over the weekend. But the good thing about Kapora, or Kapora, is the fact that I don't think it matters if it's male or female at that point. There we go. Nearly missed you. Nearly missed you. The Swirlix nearly hid you. This is like the first, other than the Nickit, this is like the first ever time I've effectively used a auto counter, and I've gone from 0. With the Nickit, I went from like 50 encounters. Just because before I had just a counter that I tapped, and then I learned that you could use like an auto counter if you have encounters coming through a PC screen. Well, I just didn't react. I saw it coming. I was like, just turn, and I didn't turn. No, we're not fighting you. There is no point in fighting you. Or you. Our boy's been camping and stood outside of his tent for nearly a week straight now. Like he hasn't moved. It's almost as if he lives there. He's not even camping there for fun. That's just his house at this point. I don't think I've ever camped in real life. Like it's something I'd want to do until I'm there and it's like 2 in the morning and I'm terrified that the worst is going to happen. Like, if you said to me, we're going to go camping, I wouldn't even know what to pack. Obviously, a tent. I'd have to buy a tent, because I don't own a tent. Is that normal to not own a tent? Or do, like, most people own tents? I wouldn't even know what's a good price for a tent. And how big of a tent you actually need. Because I've seen some tents in, like, some shops when I've been, like, shopping for, like, outdoor shoes. They're, like, size of this setup. And then I've seen some that are, like, what are they, like, 20 people tents? Did I just run into Swirlix now? They're, like, 20 people tents, and it's the size of a small bungalow, almost. But are tents cheap? I don't even know. Well, on a real, you said to me, we're going camping, what are you packing? I'd be like, a tent. That's it, really. Tents and water. I think most people nowadays, at least in the UK, they go camping when they go to, like, music festivals. But in my opinion, music festivals are so expensive for what they are. And you literally spend like £500, so like $650, I think. That's like a good conversion. Pay for a ticket to go and sit in a field and listen to some music. Some music artists. But it's like, why are you spending that much money to just go be able to sit in a field? Like, and also, at like these festivals, there'd be like 2 people I actually want to see. Then you're trying to justify to yourself spending that much money to see like 2 music acts that you're actually interested in. Well, then that's not even with all the negatives that come with going to one of these festivals to camp. 1, it's just gonna be really busy. 2, you've got to spend money on like it's like, let's say £500 just to be able to go to the field. That's before you buy the tent, if you need a tent, or buy any of the supplies or food or drinks, or I don't know, portable chargers to charge your phone, or like extra water to like wash with, because I can imagine there's not showers there. I'd be surprised if there was. And then you're just gonna stink for days because you've not had a shower. Like, yeah, you could take deodorant and like aftershave, but that ain't gonna cover the smell after so long. That's only gonna cover you for like 2 days max. And I just feel so disgusting. Like, I'm also shower in the morning because I feel like disgusting if I haven't showered. So I think I'd actually feel so ill if I went to one of those festivals where you couldn't shower. I'd honestly probably buy like the other massive waters you can get from supermarkets. Like, you spend like £4 on like 10 litres of water. I'd be having like, I'd take like 8 of those and be having like 10 litres of cool, like medium to cool water showers every morning, and it still wouldn't feel the same. You also can't even wash your hair or anything like that. So it just... I understand some people go to the love, but like, going to like festivals and things like that, but look, that is the last place I'd want to be. You probably get so bored as well. I know you're supposed to go with like your friends, but I don't know. There's only so much I could say to my friends over so many days. I don't know. I just don't think that like music festivals are a vibe to me. But maybe to other people, and good for them. I admire the fact they're willing to spend that much money to go and sit in a field and just not have like basic human needs. Fair play to them, but it ain't me. It's like, how do you get food as well? Do you just have to take like food that won't go off over the next few days? Like, do you just eat out of cans? Or do you like... I can imagine there's like food trucks, but I don't even want to start thinking like how much they're going to charge you and what they actually sell. It'd probably be like chips, burgers, hot dogs. What else would they sell? Like jacket potatoes maybe? Or baked potatoes, whatever people call them. But I don't know. I don't think that appeals to me. Like popcorn? I don't know. Honestly, you ask me what they sell, and I wouldn't be able to tell you. Like, you'd probably easily spend £30 to £40 a day there while you're there. Like, you might as well have gone on a holiday, like, to a different country. Or somewhere else in your country. But I suppose that is some people's holiday. Like, people probably enjoy it that much, they see it as their holiday. I don't know. I've never seen, like, a poster for a music festival. I've been like, oh, there's so many good people I want to go and see. It's always just one or two. And they're never on the same day either. Like, what's that about? Like, is that to get you into buying a ticket where you have to stay the entire weekend? Like, let's say it's a Friday to Sunday event. Like, there's one on the Friday I'd want to see. And there's one, like, at the very end on the Sunday I'd want to see. So for that entire time from those two acts, I'd either be going to acts I'm not overly fussed about, or I'd just be sat in my crap little tent I bought literally 2 days before. Probably freezing to death. Unless it's really what I can imagine. Oh, if it was like, if you had to go like during a heat wave like it was last week in this country. Oh, your tent had been actual sweatbox. Like, I know the point of a tent is to like keep the heat in, but there is zero appeal. Like, you'd never have a nice temperature tent. Like, you'd either be way too warm or way too cold. As well as the fact you'd probably have millions of... not millions. Like, dozens of insects living in that tent with you. Like, if I had moths in that tent with me, I would not sleep until every moth is out of the tent. In one way or another. Like, moths and like butterflies and things with wings don't bother me when I'm outside. But if they're in like a small area with me, that is the only thing I'm thinking about. Like, for example, if a moth comes in here, like at night, I'm not like doing anything until the moth is out. Like, that is the only thing on my mind, and that is the only thing I'm focused towards doing. Like, if there's ever a 20-minute intermission on a stream, it will be because, and it's like at night, it'll be because a moth's got in here, and I've had to drop everything I'm doing to get it out. Like, other insects, spiders and that, don't really bother me. I can live with them just crawling about. But if it's got wings, mainly moths, because they're the ones that mainly come in houses. Put it out. I'm not doing anything. I'm not even sleeping if it's in the room. I'd be scared I accidentally like suffocate or eat it in the night. Like, I think that's probably like the biggest fear of it being in the room. Like, if I accidentally eat it in the night. And by when I say accidentally eat it, I don't mean like stand up, like walk over, grab it and eat it. I mean, what if it goes into my mouth and I accidentally eat it? I don't think I'd be able to live with myself. I don't think, no matter how many times I mouthwashed and brushed my teeth, I won't be able to get over it. Give me 1 second, I just need to reply to a message someone sent me. I've run into this Farfetch'd. Sorry about that. But no, I think like a moth being in an enclosed space is like up there as one of the most things I hate the most. Like, thankfully it hasn't happened yet while I've been live, but you will know. My camera will be turned off so quick so I can deal with it. We don't want brilliant stuff for. You got dinner? Oh, what you got for dinner? Did we win? Nah, we didn't get anything. We had nada. Even the encounters have slowed down. Be vibing. Lasagna. I used to not mind lasagna, but I don't know. I'd rather have different forms of pasta. Honestly, I can put up with like I prefer like the spaghetti or like the stringy types of pasta than like the sheets. I'm not a massive fan of like pasta sheets. You rarely have any pasta. If it was up to me, I feel like you either prefer pasta or rice. I prefer rice massively. Like, it's also so much easier to cook. Like rice, because I just get this microwavable rice and it's just the exact same. Than having to boil it. And sadly, you can't just microwave pasta. You actually have to sit there and watch it. Rice is your main carb, yeah. I'd probably go through like 2 bags of rice a week. Not like massive bags, but like there's like 4 to 5 servings in like a bag of rice, in like 2 bags of rice. The only problem is like I open it and I use like half the bag, and then I kind of legally tie myself to having to have the other half of the bag either the later that day or the next day. My favorite, I'm boring. I just like long grain rice, like that long grain, and I just mix it with like some chicken and like some sauce or something, and bang, dinner. That's my day. Like I don't really just mess with different flavors. I just get like the most basic thing, and I'm like, yeah, that'll do. Mainly because I find that like when you at least on what I buy, you buy flavoured rice, and on it they'll have like things of what you can put it with. And it's like, yeah, I don't want to put it with any of that stuff. You don't like jasmine rice? Is that jasmine rice? Yeah, that's pretty much what I have. It's got like no extra flavors or anything added to it. You can add things to it, obviously, but it doesn't come pre-mixed with anything. And I find that if I wanted to mix it, I'd just mix it with something myself. I don't want to buy the pack and then have to like, well, there's too much of what I want of like whatever you can mix with it. And obviously, as I said, you see these little ideas. Oh, mix me with curry or something like that. And I'm like, I don't really want to like mix you with curry though. And then I have the problem if it's like 2 servings. So then if I got that flavoured rice, I'd have to have like, I don't know, mix me with curry. I'd have to have curry like twice in a day or twice in 2 days. That's just an example. So I'd rather just get like basic rice and then do what I want to do with it. I don't know if I want to mess with that stuff up. I just know he's going to endure. But no, rice is just... I've never ate rice cold. I don't know if I'm that powerful. Like, I've seen people just like whip out tubs of like chicken and rice and start eating it cold. I don't think I could do that personally. But it's just so easy to cook. And you can have like a meal made in like minutes. I have this, I think, you think rice dangerous? Rice is dangerous when it's cold. Didn't know though. I'll be honest. It probably is because of how much bacteria is on it. Probably a good idea I'm not into eating it cold. If it's not stored properly. Oh, I definitely don't store it properly. I literally like grab half of it out of the bag, put it in a bowl, warm the bowl up, and I would just grab the rest of the bag, fold it over, and just put it in the fridge. I'd be like, yep, that'll do. And I just come back to it like the day after. Oh, you mean like cooked right? No, I don't cook it all in one go because then it just means reheating it. And I always find that if you reheat like rice that's already been cooked, it just never tastes as good. Like it tastes so much drier. But I think, do you mean like people who cook it like a rice cooker? I don't have a rice cooker, so they're just so like big and clunky to have like in a kitchen or like having in a drawer if you're not using it. Like, I'm sure a rice cooker is amazing if you use it every day. Like, I could probably get with that if I used it every day. But... You use it every day, damn. That's dedication to rice. I just don't think I could give up that much space on my side for something I'd probably use every other day, but... Pre-swirlixes, ew. It's all fancy and sings a little tune when it's finished cooking. What? Where did you even get that from? It sings when it's done. If it just started singing, if I had one that sang it, I completely forgot that means the rice is done. I'd be like, what is it doing? And then I just think, then the rice had I'd somehow managed to burn rice. It probably is a skill, burning rice. I've never been able to do it. Like, when I used to start cooking for myself, like, as you get older, I went through years of eating terrible meals because I either undercooked it without realizing or burnt it to a crisp. And in my mindset, I was like, I've done this to myself, so I have to eat this. So now I appreciate when I make like a standard meal because I know it's not burnt. Like, I used to be the worst for like making toast or something. Like, something so basic. I'd pull the bread out the toaster, be black, and I'd be like, yep, I'm gonna eat this now. On a real though, you do learn real quick to cook properly when you force yourself to eat the terrible food. A brilliant one? Oh. I just know that when we finally get this bird, it's not going to be a brilliant one. Punishment for burning things? Yeah. That was kind of the mindset going into it. Like, next time I'll do it properly if I force myself to eat it. But then it'd still take a few extra goes of, like, accidentally burning it. But, you know, the penny drops. Like, you remember to set a timer. I think the worst thing I ever forced myself to eat was, like, I burnt a pizza. The pizza was in the oven for, like, 50 minutes. And maybe that doesn't sound bad for some people, but the pizza said, like, cook it for, like, 20 minutes. And it was in for 50. That pizza was scalding hot for so long, and it was completely black. You couldn't tell what was dough, what was cheese, what was any toppings, what was any it's just black. And I think that was one of the meals I didn't fully eat, because it just tasted that bad. Or, on the positive, if I turned it upside down, I know, it was that burnt, you could turn it upside down and the toppings wouldn't fall off. It looked well done. Like, it looked like it was cooked well, but the top was just annihilated. I wish I took a picture of it. It's easily the worst food I've ever had. And I've been, like, out to eat at some restaurants, and I've ate food, and I've been so ill the next day because it's like bad. I can remember once I was at a restaurant, and I ordered a pizza. I know, my looking pizza's terrible. And, like, the cheese was, like clumpy. Like, it looked like macaroni cheese, but it was just the cheese on the pizza. And it was, the next day, I was ill for, like, 3 days afterwards. And luckily, I only ate half of it. Like, half the pizza before I was like, I can't eat this anymore. You wonder if eating burnt food's bad for you? I don't want to know. It probably is, to be honest, but, you know, I've been there, done that. I'll have a look. Is it bad to eat burnt food? It can be a negative impact on taste and nutritional content. Okay, other than that, I think I'm good. So, you know. I'll continue to eat burnt food if I accidentally burn stuff. It just doesn't give any nutrients. Sounds like the cheese was off. It sounds like the cheese was out of date by like 3 years and they still put it on the pizza I ate. I just know that whenever I go to that place now, I'll just never order a pizza again because I'm not going through that experience the second time. Usually when you search stuff like that, it's like, yeah, I usually just don't listen to like the extremities that Google tells me. Like 9 times out of 10, you'll Google anything to do with health, and Google will tell you you should have died 5 minutes ago. So I usually just try and find, like, not the worst thing that Google has said and take that as it's what Google has told me. Like, if you search the symptoms of a cold, Google will say that you're probably going to die. And you're like, oh, thanks. I'm so bad for, like, meal times, though. Like, I do not have consistent meal times at all. Like, it's usually just a case of I'll eat when I have time to or when I've finished. Like, if I'm going out, like, to play a sport at, like, let's say 7 PM, I'm like, well, there's no point eating before because I might feel sick when doing it. So I just eat afterwards. And, like, you get there, you do the sport, it's 8:30 at night, and you've got to get home, and then cook the food, and then before you know it, you're eating at, like, 9:30, 10 PM. And then the next day, I'm having, like, my dinner at, like, 5:20. My body literally doesn't know if it's, like, lunch or if it's dinner. Like, I don't know how people can just advocate for being like, I eat every day at 5:30 in the evening. Like, how? My god, when this bird shows up. It usually wouldn't feel that bad. Because if it's quite a common encounter, like a stuffle, like the number would be so much higher. But because it's like a 5%, it takes forever to get encounters. So it takes forever to hit odds. And obviously, it takes forever for it to be shiny. Unless you get extremely lucky. Like, what are we on? What time are we on? We're on. We've hit 30 hours since we started looking for it. I can remember starting about 15 hours into this save file. We've done about 22, 23 of those hours on stream. And then I've done like an hour and a half here and there. Every so often. But no. Hopefully, if I have really bad luck with this hunt, the next few hunts will be quite generous. That's my thinking of it, at least. like, in the long run, the encounters will balance out. Even though I'm not even halfway to odds, but I keep telling myself that the encounters will balance out. A brilliant one, not a shiny. That brilliant one really caught me off guard, but I encountered it before I even realised it was a brilliant one. That's why I sounded like so hopeful. The game will give me some grace. The game does not care. The game is like, I will hold you here until you get lucky. When I've done like badge quests in the past, like personally, I've always been so lucky at actually finding the shinies. But I think the longest hunt I've probably ever done on a badge quest is this one, and this is the second badge game. So it's not a good sign of things to come if you look at this. You know, I've got 6 more hunts to do after this one. And this took 30 hours. This save file may hit 250 hours before I beat the game. I may become the slowest champion in all of Galar. Yeah, damn. You know, when you think of like, oh, a 250-hour save file, I bet they've done so much. I bet they beat the game by like hour 30, and they've had 220 hours to complete the decks, do the post game, play the DLCs, complete the DLCs, complete the Pokédex in the DLCs, do some shiny hunting, make a living dex, and then I'm actually just here with like 250 hours. And I'm gonna be like, guys, I've got 7 shiny Pokemon, and I've got 10 Pokemon in the Pokédex. You know, I don't want to flex on anybody else, but I've got 10 Pokemon in the Pokédex after 200 hours. Love Robbie, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How you doing, gamer? This little guy. Oh yes. It sounds like you've got history with Farfetch'd. You had to use eggs. I refuse to use eggs. I hate using eggs. But I hate running into Stuffles by accident. That would have been faster. Probably. But I don't know. My mindset is like, I've started this way, I must finish this way. But no, using eggs is definitely faster, you know. If anybody's like watching the VOD and thinking, oh, I might do this hunt. Yeah, this seems fun. It's not fun. Don't do it. We're in it now, exactly. You know, I've already signed my name on the piece of paper to say I'm doing it, so. I'm okay. How are you? Oh, I'm vibing. We're surviving, not thriving. I've not been on Sword and Shield in years. What was the method again for grassroots? Well, it's pretty much encounters unless you like they get that brilliant aura, and then if they have the yellow brilliant aura, there's a slight increase to it being shiny. That's pretty good, my understanding. The reason I'm doing this this game is because I also hadn't played it in years or hunted on it in years, so I thought I'll go back, I'll visit the region again, see if I like it, and see if my opinion's changed. And And I've not experienced the game yet. I've probably spent 3 hours playing the game, 40 hours hunting for things. No, there's no thriving. Surviving, not thriving. That's the motto. You lie, you went back to it a few days ago. I love the look of these routes. Like, these look so nice. Like, in my opinion, this game looks better than Scarlet and Violet. And some parts of Legends Arceus. But, no, thank you, I don't want to shuffle. But the shiny methods in this game are just let it down entirely. That's my main problem with this game, I think, and why I didn't play it as much. You went back for the max raid dens. Yeah, they can be fun. Sadly, there's no events, obviously, on this game anymore, because they do them all on Scarlet and Violet. But that's another feature I just never use. I still don't like the pressure of having to perform with other people playing and trying to knock something out. I would have much rather done like things like that solo. But they're very useful for getting shiny legend. Yeah, I can imagine. I've never really hunted any shiny legendaries, to be honest. Just because 9 times out of 10, I'd catch them in the game to complete the Pokedex. And I'd be like, well, I can't hunt it now. But this time last week is when I started this hunt, and I didn't know what I signed myself up for, because I didn't realise Farfetch'd was a low spawn rate encounter. And then I drastically found that out, like the harsh way, when I think it was actually Tanya who said it. Oh, it's a 5% encounter. And I'm 30 hours in, and we haven't even hit 2k yet. I'm from the United Kingdom. So I think by hour 70, hour 75, I may hit odds. I may not have it, but I'll hit odds at least. He wasn't knocking them out, no. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just running about. I was like, yeah, we'll find it eventually. It doesn't matter now. We've hit max. We've knocked out 999. The game can't count anymore. Honestly, I've probably knocked out about 1,500 at this point. So, you know, I made up for it in the end. When I've been looking as well, like in the later routes, there is so many better Pokemon at a 5% encounter, but I just refuse to put myself through this pain again. Like what I said yesterday, Noibat. I'd love to get a shiny Noibat, but I'm not doing it. It ain't happening. I'm not going from Farfetch'd to Noibat. The positive is, this was a learning experience. I've learned that I need to knock things out if they're not common. But I knock them out anyway to 500 now. Because it's built into my head to do it. And that 5% isn't as common as it sounds. You know, if you think about it, there's probably 10 Pokemon on the route at a time. It's probably going to be like, it probably feels like a 2 to 3% chance sometimes. Why do you have to knock them out again? Great question. So, I just get the Pokedex up because it's so much easier. So this number battled below the weight and above the Galarian form, when that hits 500, you have your chances of getting a Brilliant Mon with the yellow aura on them cap out. So I have a 1 in 33 chance of seeing a Farfetch'd with a yellow aura. And when I encounter one with a yellow aura, it will have an egg move, it will have 2 max IVs, and there's a 1 in 500 chance it's shiny, as opposed to 1 in 4096. But getting to that point obviously just takes its time. I think what was more painful was the fact Cinderace was like level 25 when I started this hunt, so knocking them out took more than 1 hit. Like sometimes it'd take 3 hits. So it was an extremely slow process at the start. You're also from the UK? Nice. I've not really seen many UK gamers. Like, I know I stream like at quite an inconvenient time for people in the UK. We're betting the shiny. No, it won't be brilliant. If it's brilliant, I will be amazed. If, and this is a big if in this playthrough at some point I have a really under odds hunt, like less than 150, I will hunt a Pokemon only using Brilliant Mon. But I know that's not going to happen, so I'm confident saying that. I'm so confident saying I'm gonna put a marker on this to come back to it if I need to. Like, that'd actually be a long setup, but once it's set up and you've knocked out every Pokemon on the route 500 times, I think you'd actually find loads of Brilliant. But that'd actually be quite a fun way to do a shiny hunt. But it'd just be very time consuming. I'd definitely hit 200 hours then. You hope it's worth it? I honestly, when I was reading online afterwards, because there was another chatter that came in and explained this method to me, he was like, why are you not knocking them out? I was like, you need to? And he explained the entire thing to me. And I was like, oh right, okay, so I'll start knocking them out. And I expected to be seeing them every other encounter. The other night I did like 200 encounters and I didn't see a single Brilliant of a Pokemon. And then there's been times when I've seen like back-to-back Aura Pokemon. Like, it's just chance on chance on chance. But if I was to do a like a shiny hunt through Brilliant only, I wouldn't have a target. I'd just go whatever shines, shines. I'll have that. Like, there's no way I'd sit and go, I only want, I don't know, Mr. Rhyme. Like, I couldn't imagine anything Mr. Rhyme. I don't know why he came to my head. I couldn't imagine anything worse than going, I'm only hunting this Farfetch'd with Brilliant Farfetch'ds. I don't think I'm going to be hunting Mr. Rhyme. I think he's the last Pokemon I'd want. He's infected your mind. He actually has. He's like a leech. He's just always there. That might be why I'm so tired, because I didn't sleep well, because I was thinking of Mr. Mime from the film. Mr. Mime from Detective Pikachu, the creepy little guy. It all makes sense now. I didn't sleep well because I was too busy thinking of like that absolute weirdo from the film. Oh yeah, he's terrifying. Yeah, I learned about him yesterday. I've never seen the film. I've just seen like 3 screenshots off of the internet, and that's all I know of him. You want to come to Sword and Shield now? I think I like the look of the game, but the lack of shiny hunting methods puts me off it. I've got animations off, just for the speed. Like if I'm not doing a shiny hunt, I'd have them on. But right now, just for this, speed it up. Off. But I'd say since like 200 encounters, probably even less, probably 150 or such, I've done this hunt effectively. And I mean, looking at the average, I'm going to take about 70 hours to get to odds, which is ridiculous. Especially for a 4096 game. I'd understand if I was playing a game where it's 1 in 8,000 chance. We're gonna do it. We're halfway to level 70. We're gonna hit it. I believe. Shield didn't. Yeah, Sword and Shield, it's random encounters, brilliant mons, which to me is still random encounters, a pseudo method, and Dynamax hunts. I've never done Dynamax hunts, and I think they take too long. I hate egg hunting, and I'm not the biggest fan of running in the grass randomly. Like, as much as I complain that Scarlet and Violet, it's too easy to find shinies, at least by, like, random encounters, you've got a chance of like, going through, like, odds quick of how many you see. We're getting quite lucky right now with Farfetch'd, I'll be honest. There's been like a 10-minute period where I've not had to run back and forth. Like, there's always been just one in the next set of grass that I'm running into. What is it? What games are there? I've never played the Let's Go Eevee or Pikachu games, so I don't know if they're good for shiny hunting. I don't actively know what you do in them. But Legends Arceus is definitely my favourite game to hunt in on the Switch. They're definitely better than this. Yeah, I can't think of a game that's much worse than this, to be honest. Like, anything before Gen 4. Like maybe playing like Pokemon Emerald and just running around for random encounters as well is as bad as this. That's probably it, really. They have overworld shinies. See, this game wouldn't be that bad if they had this. If they had that. Not a Swirlix, man. Never mind, we got lucky. Farfetch'd, can you just, like, go back to your house, wherever it is on this route, and tell the one with the yellow chest, get on out of here? And I mean, like, out of the house and on this route. Not, like, leave. I worded that the worst way I possibly. This is it. This is the one. No, it's not. If I was to play Let's Go now, I would probably just play it on stream. And probably turn it into like a video or just like a massive collaboration of VODs. I can't imagine they're too long games. Like any game that's set in Kanto, I find is really short compared to others. But I suppose it depends what you're doing. All I know about Let's Go is it's like not normal Pokemon. I don't know how you level up in that game. I know it's just a weird way you level up and like train your Pokemon. That's the only thing I know about this game. And that when it came out, you had like one of those Pokeball accessories that you could use as a controller or something like that. That's like the only things I know about Let's Go. What are we on? Nearly on 1800. We've actually had quite a good look in the past half an hour, I'll be honest. Like, it's just been back to back to back. I've not really had to run around. You played it years after release, and you was quite surprised. Yeah, I think when I do end up playing it, I'm going to have very low expectation. I'm just not a massive fan of Kanto games, I'll be real. Like, I know it's where Pokemon started. The region is so boring, personally. It's not got a lot going for it, in my opinion. And like they've redone the Kanto so many times that I think when the game was coming out, I had a Switch. I was like, I don't really want to play through Kanto for like the 10th time. So I've played through it multiple times in Heart Gold, Soul Silver. I've played through Fire Red, Leaf Green. I played through it on the 3DS Virtual Console twice. That's 4. That might be the only times I've played through it, but I have lots of memories of getting 16 badges multiple times in Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Like, if you're gonna make... You agree? Yeah. If you're gonna make a Kanto game, it needs to be something, like, not new, but really unique. I just feel like they've massively... I think they could go till 2040 of not making a Kanto game. And if you ask me, do you want a Kanto game now? I don't think I could give you an answer. Like, I won't be like, oh, 100% yes. There's just that many ways to experience it already. The answer would be no, please create something new. Yeah. Well, honestly, I'm just glad they're making, like, Legends games that start next to, like, mainline games now. Because I think on the DS area, the combination of new game, remake, Like, let's say Diamond and Pearl, remake, definitive edition of Diamond and Pearl, new game, remake, definitive edition. That got boring quite quick. Are you not just going to run into any glowies? I was, and I have been for the past few days. But today I've woke up and I've gone, I do not want to phase. But it probably is a good idea just to run into any glowies. And sometimes there's too many, sometimes there's not enough. It's just that today I'm really locked in on going for Farfetch'd. Because if I accidentally got like a shiny Stuffle, I don't know how I'd compose myself. There'd be a lot of emotions. I'd be happy I finally found a shiny. Yes. I'd be sad it isn't Farfetch'd. I'd be annoyed that it was just like a random one that I've not really encountered a lot. But if you're playing like Sword and Shield, it probably just is a good idea to run into any brilliant encounter that you see. Just because the odds are that good. Especially if you have the charm. But no, the main reason you also knock them out is because after you knock the... So if I've just knocked Farfetch'd out, for this encounter, there's a 50% chance it's going to be Farfetch'd again. So when it's a low encounter, it's worth knocking them out. Just for the extra chance of seeing another one. You're going to stick to calling them glowies? Yeah. Like, a Brilliant Mon just doesn't sound amazing, I'll be honest. Like, most of the time I just call them yellow auras. Glowies, honestly, I don't think they should be like a community definitive of what it is, because Brilliant Mon is just such a bad name. Glowies is better. Yeah, I just call them anything. Just go Aura Pokemon. Don't go Brilliant Pokemon. Like, it's... Like, that name was never going to stick. I don't care if it's in, like, a manual somewhere. It's just not sticking. Brilliant. We might hit 1800 before 3 hours. So that means we've done 200 encounters in 3 hours. Say what you will, but right now to me that is quite a good speed. That's 67 an hour. It's about 1 a minute, 1 and a bit a minute. Which is good. It's very good luck, Farfetch'd. The lowest encounters I've done in an hour was off stream, and I did like 30 to 40, and it was the lowest hour of my life. I should probably make a command for next stream, so people can actually see what is on the Badge Quest team. Because if you wasn't here last Friday, you actually haven't seen the team. Essentially, all I've got right now is a Nickit. That's it. And to make matters worse, I don't like Thievul, so I refuse to evolve it. So I've got a Nickit that will never evolve. It's like my first Pokemon. So we've gone for Farfetch'd because we can evolve it early, and I think it's an okay Pokemon to like use to carry you through a game. But just for the chat, the next time I see a glowy, I'll run into it no matter what it is. And if it's shiny, that's not on me. There's no blood on my hands if it's shiny. That's not a glowy. That's just me running into the 7,000th Stuffle by accident. It's not brilliant. At 1800, I am gonna go and get a drink and stretch my legs. I was hoping today the new controller brought us good luck, but it's just not happened so far. I also don't understand why I can't fly back to Route 5, unless it's because I haven't completed it yet. What controller is it? It's the Switch 2, like the new GameCube controller they released. The only reason I bought it, where did I put that controller yesterday? So I've been using this one for like years. And the only problem is it only goes on, like it only runs on batteries. So it eats through batteries. So I was like, over time, even though this is like a £60 controller, it will pay itself off because I'm not using batteries. But I'll be honest, it's an okay controller. It's not an exact copy of the GameCube controller, but it's close enough. Oh, there we go. There's the brilliant Mon. Does it have a headphone jack? That's a good question, actually. No, it doesn't. I didn't even realise that, actually. That's a good point. You have a headphone jack? Did you endure? You endured, didn't you? This one didn't have a headphone jack, to be fair. I know the... You want to try and find one with a headphone jack, so when you're using the chat button? Yeah. This one has got a chat button, weirdly enough. I don't know if it's got a mic in it. That's a good point, actually. Why would you release a controller where you're pushing for game chat without That's actually something I didn't even think of. There's a glowy there. Where's my other one? Yeah, this one doesn't have a headphone jack either. This is like a third party sort of elite looking controller, but it just doesn't have a headphone jack. Weird. I'm going to imagine only the, what are they called? The Pro controllers. I'm going to imagine they'd have a headphone jack, surely. Yeah, they never seem to release them with headphone. Yeah, that is weird, because where are you supposed to... Like, how are you supposed to have a mic that sounds okay? It's like sometimes I understand like why people would want a headphone jack on a like if they're laid in bed, let's say, and they want to use a controller and have it docked. They just want to be able to plug headphones in so they can hear the game. You can put it in top of the Switch too, it means it has to be in handheld. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I rarely use even my Switch 1, I rarely used it in handheld mode. Like, to me, it was like a home console. Like, I don't treat the Switch as like I treat the S's. You can use it docked, but it has to be a really long cable. You have to, like, order a 5-meter headphone cable. Yeah, it barely use it ever handheld. Exactly. Like, even in 2025, if I'm if I'm going on a train or if I'm like going away for the weekend or if I'm like going out of town for a few days, I'll just take my DS because it's just so much more convenient to use handheld. As well as the fact, can we talk about how there's like no Switch 2 cases yet? I was complaining about this yesterday. There is physically no way other than to get like a briefcase off the Nintendo website almost to get a Switch 2 case. You'd be scared to take your Switch 2? Yeah, exactly. Like, I am not moving this Switch 2 out of the dock until I've got a case that isn't like 40 quid. It is a pricey console for a console that is advocated to be a handheld as well. It's still you and the Switch. I mean, from what I've seen online, people are like already getting rid of their Switch 2s, and people are like saying it's a failure. But I think it's a bit too early to say the console's a failure when it's got like 5 new games out for it. Long term, we're fine, yeah. Like, the Switch 1, in my personal opinion, that had a worse launch. Because all you had was Breath of the Wild. And yes, Breath of the Wild is a great game. But it was that, Super Bomberman 1-2 Switch. And there's like another random game that came out with it. And that's all the Switch had at launch. And I think people forget that. Just the size of the library now. You know, give it Christmas. I said this yesterday. Give it Christmas, and the Switch 2 will be out of stock. You won't be able to get one because there'll be that many games. And so many people will want one because it's got games that people want to actually play now. I've got a good memory. I just remember really weighing up whether I want to get a Switch one day one. So I'm quite good at remembering Switch 1 releases. So I was like, the only thing I'm interested in is Zelda. But it was the first open world Zelda, so I didn't know what I'd think of it. So I held back for a few months. Ready far for... Oh, it was trying to spawn on me. Yeah, it is a more powerful Switch. And I don't think people can be annoyed at what Nintendo have done. Because Nintendo always said... We're happy with the design of the Switch. We're just making a better one. Like, they never marketed it and went, oh, this is a new console. It's just a better console. The only complaint I'll let people have is it's not got an OLED screen in handheld. So I agree. It should have had an OLED screen. But it would have been even more expensive. And obviously they're holding the OLED screen back for when they want to do an upgraded version of it. I'm going to get one more Farfetch'd and then I'm going to go and get my drink. So I didn't even realise it was on 1800. I've just been ranting about the Switch too. Not even ranting. Right, that's the counter. Not shiny. I will be back in a second, gamers. I am back. What was we doing? At least turn them. I guess fast when you talk about random stuff. Literally, I need to get rid of that. BRB ambush. That here. Are we going to get the Farfetch'd today? What are we on? 3 hours 7. What time are we on? 1:30. I probably got about an hour left until I need to be wrapping up stream. Probably maybe an hour and a half. Hopefully we can get to 1900 in that time. Maybe on Fridays Farfetch'd doesn't wear yellow. Maybe he's a weekend guy instead. Or gal. When I walked off, my tabs have like, on my second monitor, they've just thrown themselves everywhere. And it is nowhere near how I usually like it. So I'm just trying to fix that. That'll do, honestly. Right, for the last hour, I will run into every yellow aura, glowy, brilliant mop, whatever people want to call it. We'll run into them. See if we can get anything. You know, we've nearly had 2,000 encounters, and that's only counting Farfetch'd. By the way, we've done so many more just random encounters by accident, and running into those glowy yellow Pokemon. To the point where, I'll be honest, I just want a shiny. I just want a shiny. I'll still go for the Farfetch'd, because I'm committed at this point, but I'd love to see something. I'm sure the stream would, because I've not found a shiny on stream yet. Ever. Like, now when I want to shiny hunt off stream, I don't think I can do Farfetch'd in case I find it. I think I'm going to have to find another hunt that I'm interested in doing. But no, with the launch of the Switch 2, I've enjoyed Mario Kart, I'll be honest. Like, I played it a lot in the first week, and then I rotated back towards playing some Pokemon games. And I don't think that Mario Kart deserves the hate it's getting. I did, however, see that apparently they've updated, like when you're playing online, like there's so many intermissions now. Like there's so many intermissions now, like it takes forever to play, like just one set of races apparently. I've just seen that from other people, like content creators talking about it. I don't really play online, so I don't know. You played it for literally 1 hour because it feels the exact same as Mario Kart 8. I didn't really play Mario Kart 8, like my own personal copy. I played it a lot with like when I was at friends' houses. I've never really played Mario Kart 8 by myself, so that could be a massive like factor as to why I didn't mind it as much. The only thing I do mind is the fact that Splatoon characters aren't in the game yet. Can we add them yet? You enjoy Mario Kart 8? Yeah, I'm not a massive Mario Kart fanatic. Like, I'll play the game, but I won't care if I win or not. Like, there's games I care about being okay at, and Mario Kart just isn't one of those. Yeah, it's just a game to put on when you like want to just autopilot, I think. I don't know. I just feel like Mario Kart. They need to start doing some constant updates for like the next couple of months for Mario Kart World to be seen as its own different game. So I can imagine, as you've said, it feels the same. And for people who put hundreds of hours in Mario Kart 8, they probably feel a bit shortchanged. Yeah, you don't care if you win it. Yeah, it's like when I watch people who play, not competitively, 'cause there's not really a competitive mode, is there? But when they're like, play online every day, and they're like purposely putting themselves at the back to get certain items, it's like, well, it's not really about who's the best then, is it? It's about who can get the best items and who knows the best strategy for the course. Like, it's more of a mental game than a skill driver game. I'm a lot more into playing Mario Party. I grew up playing a lot of Mario Party, like 4 and 5 on the GameCube, and I just prefer the whole Mario Party aspect. Like, it feels like the best player wins it most of the mini games. Like, I know there's some mini games in the newer Mario Party where it's like complete luck. But to me, that I just prefer Mario Party in general. I'll be honest. Like, it's not even a competition. The one thing that has slightly annoyed me is the fact that the Mario Party Jamboree is getting like a Switch 2 upgrade. And it's like £20 to buy the upgrade. And it just doesn't seem worth it from what they've showed off, because there's like no new boards or anything. The only thing I'm slightly interested in is looking at the Joy-Con mouse mini games, but I don't even play on the Joy-Cons. I play on this. So unless there's a way to use this as a mouse, like you drag that against the desk or something, I don't think there is, but it just doesn't bother me so much. But no, one of my friends said to me the other day as well, I don't know if I want a Switch 2, just because just because of the limited titles on it. And I said to him that argument about, well, in a couple months, you know, when Pokemon's come out and Metroid's come out and other third-party games have come out, people are going to want a Switch 2 more, and then the holiday season's going to come, so going to sell out. And he's like, oh yeah, I might have to pick one up sooner rather than later then. But it's just that at least yesterday on Amazon, you could just buy one there and then. And I think that's the first time I've seen that since the Switch 2s came out. So we're currently in a phase where it's easily available, but I think as the months go on, it's going to get harder and harder to get hold of one. At least for this Christmas. Maybe next year it'll be easier. Apparently the third-party titles haven't sold. Well, I've seen that. Yeah, I saw there was like a massive news article, and they're like, oh, the Switch 2 is a terrible console because Yakuza's only sold like not even 100,000 titles yet. Like it's on like 20,000 it's sold. Yeah, but exactly, people, it's not a new game. Especially when they're releasing like, what is it? Get my Mario Kart. Like on the bottom, sometimes it says like download required, so internet required, doesn't it? Like it's like not as if the game isn't even on the like isn't even on the cartridge. Like it's just like a download key on the cartridge. But I wouldn't buy that. And they're not new games, yeah. Street Fighter 6 came out over a year ago. I don't care if there's like a DLC pass with it. I don't want to buy Street Fighter 6 again. Yakuza 0 is a remake of a remake. Sorry, no, it's a port of a remake. So if I wanted to play that Yakuza game, I could have played it on the Xbox or the PlayStation months ago. The only third-party game I'd probably be interested in right now is Cyberpunk. And that's just because of apparently how well it's been ported over to the Switch 2. As well as they added cross-progression, so you can carry your save over. Like, maybe if other games thought about doing that, people would be interested in playing that third-party game. But yeah, people buy Switch for Nintendo games. Like, there's... How many... Let me do a quick count. I own about 50 Switch 1 games. And out of the 50, 40 of them are first-party Nintendo games. So, even on the Switch 1, I'm just playing the Switch 1 for the Nintendo games. It's the reason why Nintendo will never put their games on any other console. Real talk, Xbox and PS5 are better consoles, games that are released on all. Why would you choose the least powerful console? Yeah. If I cared about, I don't know, playing Cyberpunk. Do I have Cyberpunk? Let me check. I do. Like, I've got this. And I got this last year. So why would I go and spend £70 on it again? And that's the best of the that's the best of the third-party games. Like, you're not going to see me buying Street Fighter or Hogwarts Legacy. That game, like, what are they doing? You can't play the Switch 1 version of Hogwarts Legacy. You have to buy the Switch 2 version to play the game. Like, that is the biggest scam ever. Like, Nintendo might as well have gone, you can't play any of the Switch 1 games. We're going to re-release them all and you have to buy them. That's the same vibes. Except because it's not Nintendo doing it, people haven't locked onto it as bad. But no, you like the chill vibes of the Switch? Yes. Out of any game, if I'm just going to go and lay in bed and play a game at a console, it would be the Switch. You know, I'd play Pokemon. I'd play Mario Party. I'd even play Zelda laid down. I'm not going to, like, boot up, I don't know, Elden Ring on the Xbox and go and lay down. Like, I had a look the other day on the stream, actually. I'm excited for Elden Ring to come on the Switch 2, because I want to play it handheld. I would never play Elden Ring on the Switch 2 sat at my desk. And I'm excited for Duskbloods, which is also from Soft. I'd want to see that if it looked okay and the PvP aspect wasn't the main focus. You hated Elden Ring, it left you PTSD. It's a solid game. I just like games like that where you learn the pattern. But it's definitely like the first mainstream Souls game that's like blown up outside of people who play that genre. Like my dad tried to play Elden Ring and he got a few. He was playing for a few hours and he went, "Yeah, I don't want to play this game anymore." And I was like, "Fair enough." Like it looks great. It deserved Game of the Year, but for like a first person picking up like a Souls genre game, it is a solid game from the get-go. He was kind of the same vibe, yeah. You got 10ish hours in and you called it quits. Exactly, fair enough to people. Like, yeah, it's not fun just dying over and over again. You've got to be some sort of like deranged to want to come home from school or work and go, okay, time to die to this same boss for the next 6 hours of my life, and then I'll go to bed, wake up tomorrow, go to work or school, and then do it all again tomorrow. Like, it's just not enjoyable for some people. And I fully agree. Elden Ring was my second like game in that genre, and I found it hard. But the only reason I played it was because I was enjoying it still. And luckily I didn't get like hard stuck at a boss for too long. Like the boss I got stuck on was the hardest boss in the game, called Melania, for like 10 hours. But I was at that point where I was like, I'm that close to finishing the game, I'm just going to do it. And there is some level of satisfaction when you finally beat a boss. But no, for newcomers of the genre, it's just not a nice game to get into. It's open world, so there's too much to do. There's too much to explore. You don't know where you're going. You're getting killed by random enemies. You finally get to a boss and you get obliterated for hours on end. Like, when Elden Ring was a newish game, one of my favourite things to do was watch like streamers who don't play those games play the game, just to see how they like go around and play. Because the first like boss Margit is just insane for a first boss for like casuals. Like it's not a fun time for them. And it's probably really upsetting when you spend like £60 or $60 on Elden Ring and you don't even enjoy it, because it kind of just puts you off playing the game even more then. Because within that community of games, we'll say, there's always this argument of should there be difficulty sliders? And I'm in the party of yes, there should. Because if I picked up a new game type and I was bad at it and I didn't want to spend the time to learn the game and get good to the point of someone who's played these games for years, I'd be like, well, I'm not really bothered in playing it. But if you could turn the difficulty down, that's good for people who it's their first time playing it. The only reason you suck at it, yeah, you spent £60 on the game and you went, I need to play this game because I spent money on it. It's completely understandable. Because there's a Souls-like called Lies of P, which is, it's the same genre as Elden Ring. Where is it? I just dropped a graded card. Whoops. But this is Lies of P. And in the recent update, they added difficulty sliders. And the entire like Souls-like genre just blew up. They added difficulty sliders. What are they doing? So you can actually make this game easier. So it's more accessible for people. And I'm in the camp of, does it matter if people can make a game easier because they want to? Not really. You certainly won't buy another one that is similar to that. Yeah. Like, Elden Ring sold so well, but I don't think the next Elden Ring or the next game that's like Elden Ring will sell well, because people who didn't like Elden Ring aren't going to give it another go. Especially if it's going to be like a £70 game this time. Oh, we got a brilliant one! It's not shiny. I just killed a graded card, but it's fine. But no, I'm glad Lies of P have added a difficulty slider, and I hope other games I hope one day Elden Ring has a difficulty slider for people. Just so they can actually enjoy the game. Isn't it? You fell for the hype? Yeah, it had a lot of hype behind it. They spent so much on like marketing the game and paying people. I'd say they pay people to give it amazing reviews. Yeah, it got good reviews, open world. It ticks a lot of people's boxes. You didn't realise being ridiculously hard was their thing. And that's where I think that's where they misled people. They didn't go, this is like a Dark Souls game that's known to be hard. Yeah, no review said it's a hard game. Because why would they? They're going to put people off buying it, aren't they? And obviously when you're being either paid or given the game to play, you're not going to say a bad thing about it. I kind of hope with the Switch 2 coming out, like the version of the Switch 2 coming out, they do release a difficulty slider so people can actually enjoy the game. Because it's the reason why I'm not really willing half the time to buy a brand new game I've never heard of before. Because I don't want to spend £60 to £80 and go, well, I don't like this game, and I've played it for an hour. What I remember from reviews is, yeah, gorgeous open world environment. It looks amazing. You know, dark fantasy isn't my favourite genre, but the open world is amazing. I think I prefer the open world of Elden Ring to like the open world of Zelda's. Like there's so much to do, and it looks breathtaking. But it's just people gatekeeping their genre. I hate people who gatekeep. Like, I couldn't imagine going, no, you can't play Pokemon because you haven't played this Pokemon game, or you haven't played this game. Like, I'd never be on the side of gatekeeping a certain game from other people. Like, I understand if it's your thing and you don't want other people to enjoy it, but the devs didn't release it for you. They released it for people to enjoy. I did not mean to do that. How did I even do? I must have caught a button on the back of the controller without realising. But no, I think Elden Ring's left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouth. So the next FromSoft game that's going to come out, people won't buy. Unless they actively promote. The only thing they could do to make people buy it is go, oh, this game's got difficulty sliders. Like, oh, you can pick easy or hard. Elden Ring, oh yeah, it's really popular, but there's a lot of people who bought it that didn't realise it was a hard game. Like, Robbie was talking about. He bought the game not knowing it was the point of it being difficult. Like, to the point where you get frustrated at the game. You think they'll do that? Again, I just hope they make the games accessible for everybody. Like, I don't understand people who go, you can't play this game, and I don't want them to add this difficulty slider because it's my game. What? How? Like, how is it difficult, or I've just rambled so much that I don't know what part you're asking about. Sorry. Yeah, Elden Ring is a Dark Souls game. It's made by the same people. The difference is Dark Souls is like linear. They're like everyone will do the same path. Whereas Elden Ring, if us three played Elden Ring, we'd all have different experiences because it's open world. So you may go up and I may go that way, and Robbie may go that way, and we'd all have like different experiences of getting different level 66 by the way, of getting different enemies for or getting different weapons. Your casual game, yeah, like in a way, they try to keep Elden Ring away from Dark Souls as much because people, you think of Dark Souls and you think of hard, at least I do. Like, I think the story of Dark Souls gets finished in Dark Souls 3. But there's a reason they would have got told not to call it Dark Souls Elden Ring or something along that vein. Because the word Dark Souls is hard. That's what I think of straight away. And I'm sure a lot of other people do. You guess you already... Yeah, it's kind of like you had to know that Dark Souls was made by the same studios that made Elden Ring to be able to make that connection without doing a ridiculous amount of research. Like, personally, I never usually care what development studio make what game. But when I see FromSoft, I know I'm in for a rough time. You didn't think about that, or did you not? Have you played like a Dark Souls before, or like anything, Tanya? Bought it on release, realised it wasn't your thing. Yeah. It's just one of those things, like you said, that you live and learn. I don't think they'll ever add a difficulty slider at this point. It's been out too long for them to think about adding it. But I don't know. That type of game genre definitely has some growing to do. Oh no, you're really bad at games. I don't think there's such things as being bad at games. Like, I'm sure there's games that you're naturally better at than other people. It's just like how quick you learn a game, isn't it? You love watching Let's Plays. I used to like, as a kid, watching like the 20-minute, part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. But now I love watching like just the 4-hour video of someone playing a game. I don't know why. I think it's just the way that Let's Plays have grown. But no, I used to love Let's Play channels. Yeah, long videos. Oh, I can just put a video on for 4 hours and I can sit there like this and watch. I don't sit on a chair. I usually lay in my bed or sit in my bed and do while I watch it. But you had a fair bit of expendable income, so didn't have research it. You don't like wasting money. No, and that's probably, as you said, why you put so much time into the game, to try and like it. If you like a game and think it's worth it, you buy all the DLCs, yeah. I've never actually played, as much as I'm like juicing Elden Ring right now, going, oh, it's such a good game. I've never bought the DLC because I'm not paying £40 for a DLC. And that's not my thing personally. I especially love watching gameplay of a game I can't see myself playing like ever. Yes, that is so true. Especially like Elden Ring and games like that. The amount of people that want to watch it but not play it is astronomical. It's like, it's a game I've watched people play Stardew Valley, but I will never play the game. I've never played the game, but I will watch people play it. Yeah, you like watching Elden Ring. There's just certain games that I think different people like watching instead of playing. That's a pricey DLC, I know. £40 is ridiculous. That's like almost a new game. Yeah, new game. Like, it's ridiculous. I will wait till it comes on offer. And I don't care if it doesn't come on offer for a few years. You like watching people play the hard games. It makes you happy when they beat the bosses. Yeah, you kind of go through the journey of watching them fight the boss until they actually win. Without your, like, mental stress. I've definitely been in that boat before. Like, when you're playing a hard game like Elden Ring or similar genre, I hate going to bed when I can't beat the boss. So then that is what ruins my sleep pattern. Like, I'll be like, oh, I'll go to bed when I beat them. I spend 5 hours beating them. I look at the time, it's 2 AM or 3 AM, and I'm like, well, time to go to bed. And then I'll do it all over again. Like, there's very few times where I'll happily go to bed, like, without beating the boss I was stuck at for a couple hours. You're like, what's your, you're like, I can't even read. You're not in any mental stress, but you can experience the win. I feel that. I think like games like that are like such a spectator game. Like, even though I've played the game, I will happily watch people play the game. Because I'm like, I don't need to worry. I can put my feet up and just, like, watch them do it. Like, I think if you beat any boss in that game, it's an achievement in itself that you beat that boss. 'Cause every boss is just so different. You watch someone beat a boss like a millisecond after they died, and then the boss didn't die. Yeah. Yeah, they hurt, they do. Like, it's just things like that that you hate seeing. Never mind experiencing. I can appreciate the people who, like, only play that type of game and are insanely good at it. I couldn't imagine playing anything but that type of game. On 1828. We might be able to get 1900 today. The death animation was still happening. That's how it be. If you die before that animation's over and the screen goes black, they ain't dead. But no, most of the games I play are just casual. Like Pokemon. Let's be honest, like shiny hunting streams are kind of just like just chatting streams with extra steps. Like this, you know, it annoys me if I don't find the shiny, but I'm not gonna be like, I cannot sleep until I find the shiny Farfetch'd. It's no sleep until it's over. Like, I wouldn't have slept since last Friday, to be honest, yet, so I'm kind of glad it's not like that. You couldn't believe it? Yeah. I remember the first time that happened to me. I was like, oh, I beat it! And then I was like, I walked back into the arena, I was like, why are they stood there then? Like, it destroys you. It hurts. Aww. Why are they stood there? The game never tells you. You just got a shiny Venonat? Nice. What game? Its eyes are so sexy. Is it green? I think their eyes are green, aren't they? Gold/Violet? Nice. Damn. I'm not cursed. People can find shinies when I'm near them. Let's go. No, like dark blue? What am I thinking of? Love Venonat. I like Venonat, but I don't like Venomoth. But that's because Venomoth's a moth, and I don't like moth. So, it makes sense. Shiny. I need to look now. Shiny Veno. Oh, that is sick. Yeah. Why did I think its eyes was green? Nah, that is cool. Nice. Congrats. Yeah, its eyes are literally just blue instead of red. Venomoth's a nice shiny too, though. Light blue. I've never gone for Venomoth or Venonat just because I don't like moths. I just hate it because it's moth. It's light, but I can imagine that's quite nice though, as opposed to the purple. Scared of moths? I'm not scared of moths. I just don't like. Like, I'm not gonna run out of the room if there's. It's just like, it more annoys me because I'm like, oh, why is there a moth? And then I have to deal with it. It's just an inconvenience to my day. We're really out here just trying to get anything shine. If I run into any yellow or glowy Ivy, start boosting egg move, shiny enhanced. You just instantly found a second one, but there you go. You got the live index. You've got Venonat, and Venomoth. Did you have a sandwich on, or was it just complete luck? Doesn't open a window fair. My window has been open for like all week because of how warm it's been. I just refuse to turn the light on when the window is open, because then that's how you get moths in. I've learned that the hard way. It was probably a good 2 hours of my life that day I learned that. But I just tried to escort moths out of the room. It was a Spidops outbreak, and you found 2. Oh, that's insane. Nice. The shiny live index would kill me. Yeah, I don't think I could ever do a shiny live index. I think at most I could push myself to like a set of shiny Pokemon. I don't know, like maybe like a shiny live index of a generation of starters. Or something like that. But then that's wanted the attention, clearly. You're trying to get them all from Scarlet and Violet? That is a quest. Honestly, fair play to you. Like, I could not imagine doing it. So you found your random shiny Marie for Mass Outbreak? Why is everybody finding random shinies? And I'm nearly 2,000 encounters onto a Farfetch'd. And they're just like, where you at? Where are you at? Why did auto mod for some reason it was like GZ, like a prohibited term? Like no it ain't. You've got a lot of shinies to be fair. Have you been doing that like going for them all for quite a while then, or is it something quite new? You've quite about dipping in and out. Yeah, it's hard to like commit yourself to doing something like that for so long. Keep them on home. Next order. Yeah. It's very easy to get burnt out if you're just doing something constantly. Like every minute of free time you have. That's why I've said, if we get to 6k encounters on this hunt, I'm going to hunt something else on stream for a bit, and then we'll come back to Farfetch'd. Just because I don't want to burn out of this badge quest. What exactly is home? I've never looked at anything about it. It's essentially a subscription service you pay for, where you can move. Yeah, these will do. So, like, let's say I've got Pokemon Sword, Pokemon Shield again, and let's go Eevee. I can put all my Pokemon from these games into Pokemon Home, and I can move them over, like, games a lot easier. It's basically just like a storage system for all your Pokemon games on the Switch. It's also a way to trade your Pokemon across with only needing one Switch. Because obviously on the DS, if you want to trade Pokemon, you need 2 consoles for it. But you have to keep paying for it. Yeah, I think it's like £14 a year. So it's not too bad. It's not expensive, like extraordinarily expensive, but it is. It's not a one-off payment, unfortunately. I'd much rather it be like a one-off £30 payment, but Nintendo know what they're doing. Oh, I didn't know that, Robbie. Oh, apparently, Tanya, you're allowed 1 box. So I didn't actually know that. That's quite good to know, actually. And then when you want them on back, you have to pay like $3.50. That's not too bad, though, to be fair. I quite like that. I thought it was like, you strictly have to pay or you get nothing. So the fact you get a box is still quite useful. So, okay, I like that. I don't think it's as much as a scam anymore, even though I was paying into the scam. But no, that could be something quite cool to look into, Tanya. Even if you don't play Pokemon that much, the fact you get a box is still pretty cool, I'll be honest. 1 box would be enough. Yeah. And it's not as if you're going to fill that box up quick if you're just moving them from one game to the next. Yeah, you just move stuff about, yeah. The only reason I paid for Pokemon Home in the first place, this is going to sound so bad. In my Pokemon Shield, I was breeding for a Snom. And I filled my boxes of Snom, and I went, I cannot be bothered to release them. So I just paid for Pokemon Home and moved them all over. They're just still on Pokemon Home. I was like, yeah, I can't be bothered releasing like 800 Snom. They can just go and live over there. And now they just live their days out in Pokemon Home. Until one day I'll let them all go. Yeah, you guess you're not moving any Pokemon around anyways. Yeah. I think it's a lot less needed because like obviously your data's saved to the Switch instead of the cartridge. Like on the DS, I'm terrified of losing some certain cartridges that have Pokemon on. Whereas on the Switch, obviously, you can put any copy of Pokemon Sword in, and I can load this account up. Surely releasing is easier than paying for... Ah, you see, I thought that too. And it's such a time-consuming thing. And, you know, Pokemon Home, you just grab the box, put it in Home. Grab the box, put it in Home. And it's so much faster. I just really wanted that snob, and I don't think I ever got it. Is it cheaper to release them? Probably. But was I going to buy Pokemon Home anyway? Eventually, yes. So I just kind of sped up the process. Release them a box at a time. I don't know if you could do that at the time on Pokemon Sword and Shield. But if you could, then can anyone else see like a line of like smoke coming out of his tent? Or is it just me? There's definitely a line of smoke. When you go online and see other people's tents, they also have it. Okay. Oh, it's a chimney? We need to investigate this. Ah, yes, it is. No, 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 I don't want to go in. Damn. What's he got going on in that tent? Hmm? I think they have fancy tents. They have cooking facilities. I was talking about tent prices earlier on. I'm interested in how much he spent on that tent. My man can cook a 3-course meal in his tent. Honestly, what is my boy? Was it Harrison? What is he cooking in that kitchen? He's being very dangerous. He's stood outside his tent while he's cooking inside the tent. I don't know why I waited. I just knew in my head it wasn't going to be a Farfetch'd. So I don't know why I stood about. But there's always that hope. I don't want to accidentally run away from that one Farfetch'd that definitely would have been shiny. But I didn't encounter it. I wonder what he's got. He's got to have like a fridge freezer combo in that tent now. Surely. As a treat, at the end of the stream, I may go and look at his tent. In 48 encounters, I'll go check out the. I'll rate the setup in the tent. Even though personally I've never been stood in a tent myself, just rate the setup of his tent. How has it took me 30 hours on this route to realise there's smoke coming out of his tent? That's my question. You know, I'm not a newbie to the this route. Farfetch'd? Nope, you're not Farfetch'd. You're a Suffle. Maybe we're wrong. Maybe he's not got like he's not cooking food. Maybe he's just got like a fireplace in his tent. I can proudly say it's took 3 hours and 59 minutes of streaming. But I feel like I finally woke up for the day. Like, I feel like I'm fully with it today now. And I'll be real, it might have been because of Mr. Mime. But we'll never know that. It could also just be from nothing but locking in on this bird. Damn, we're gonna have to go to the Pokemon Center again. But it might be just because I've looked at a screen so long. Not in the past day and a bit. But if I stream for 4.5 to 5 hours today, that means in the last 2 days I've just looked for this bird for 10 hours. Which may not seem like a lot to some people. But that's quite a lot for me. Even at 5 encounters, it's not a great method. You might as well just be doing random encounters, to be honest. Imagine trying to get all it. That would take a month. I'm pretty sure there's some one encounter, like 1% encounter overworld Pokemon as well. So, like, it'd take days just to get that one Pokemon to 500 kills. It'd be cool. Like, it'd be like a fair test to see how effective this method is, but there's no way anyone's there. Unfortunate 5%. It is, but as Robbie did say, it is a cool shiny. You know, a sword now and see how many kills you random encounter. Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to do it, is like just go on a complete save file where you didn't actively hunt for something or for too long and see what across the board what your random KOs are at. If we go to my Pokedex, We know that's at 999 because obviously that's. But Swirlix, what's Swirlix? So Swirlix is at 77. So that means I've seen 77 brilliant Swirlixes.
It's even easier to sell for free on eBay.
What's going off? I don't care about selling. Oh, the playlist ended. What else have we got? What's another mon? Not Routes, not Clink, not Pancham. Stuffle, here we go. 103. So I've seen about 100 brilliant Stuffles. Let me just get back to Farfetch'd. There we go. There we go. The music will be playing again in a second. I'm just waiting for it to actually start. Skip into it. Right, back to it. We are going to run out of PP, go to the Pokemon Center, come back to the route, and then I am going to get some more water. If I have something over above 500, then I know it's higher odds. Yeah, that's what a chatter told me, and then I looked it up that night on the stream, and Cerebi is quite a reputable Pokemon source. They have like an entire page on explaining how it works. 214 Wooloos. Wooloo was a cool shiny that I wanted to go for, instead of Nickit. But again, I didn't want to evolve Wooloo because I prefer Wooloo over Dump. $608 Vulpix. I don't like Vulpix, but I love Ninetales. Absolute goat of the Pokemon world, man. So can you like actively remember hunting for Vulpix, or is that just complete random? Off stream later on, I might. Okay, thanks, menu. I might go on my Pokemon Shield and see if I have any ridiculously high encounters. Like knockouts, sorry. You must have, because it's so much higher than the others, yeah. I can't remember doing this method when this game was the new game, but I must have. The last Pokemon I remember hunting on this game was in the Isle of Armor. I hunted for a blue Miltank. And that took me about 20 hours of just doing runaway encounters. One of my dream shinies, if I had to do like a bingo board, I'd want a shiny Miltank in Heart Gold Soul Silver. Preferably, I know it's impossible to encounter, but before Whitney, so my blue Miltank can obliterate her Miltank. Just so I can like serve her own medicine for having a Miltank that has ruined so many people's lives. I have vivid memories of whenever I used to play through Heart Gold, Soul Silver. I would always catch a Nidoran, level it up before Whitney, use it to obliterate Whitney, and then put it in the box and pretend I never had it. 267 Amora, but you remember getting the shiny. Because I don't think I knew about this method before someone explained it to me. I don't know if it's just because I can't remember playing this game vividly. No, Minchino! Why? One Pokemon I would have wanted to do on this badge quest was the Ice-Q, the penguin with an ice block on its head. But it's Pokemon Shield exclusive, so I've chosen not to. Like, I'm not saying a lot about future hunts in this game, but the only Pokemon I'm not going for is the Pokemon Shield exclusives. But I am glad I'm indirectly going for a Pokemon Sword exclusive with Farfetch'd. You're pretty sure you can start a chain? Can you? I might have to watch a YouTube video tonight about it. Because I've not actually done that yet. And that's quite bad when I'm nearly 1900 encounters into a hunt. But I have had some chains where I encounter like 6 or 7 in a row. Like back to back off of each other. Yes. And obviously with the higher likelihood, you've got a higher chance of getting the shiny. It's just getting obviously that chain up there and understanding how to do it. Because I am, hand on my heart, I am the worst poker radar hunter on Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. I am so bad at it. Are we going to get the 50% chance? No, we get a piece of cotton candy. Oh, brilliant, Mom. It was like slammed the door really loud, and it sounded like it was right next to my ear. It was that loud. It was outside instead. Right, we need to get to the Pokemon Center. But no, I will definitely watch a video to make sure that I'm doing this right tonight. A bit late in I'm doing it right, but good shout on doing it. Could be an earthquake in the United Kingdom. Oh, is there actually a chance we could have one recently coming up? I know, like, over the years, we're overdue one actually in the United Kingdom. I think in the UK we get one every 12 to 15 years, like on average, Farfetch'd. And we haven't had one since like 2008. Right, I'm gonna go get some water, gamers. If you haven't moved in a while, stretch your legs, get a drink, do something, and I'll be back in a minute, not even that. I honestly forgot that when you like knock out a Pokemon, you can't walk away without pressing like the confirm button of collecting your XP. I was secretly hoping I walked away and a shiny Farfetch'd walked into me by accident. It didn't happen because I forgot about the XP. I don't want to have to stop hunting. We're getting scarily close to the end. Thanks for running into the one time I want to run into a Stuffle, and it's just not happening. I'm not gonna lie. Whew. I nearly. What was I gonna say? Oh, Endure. I nearly automatically assumed that the Stuffle was gonna use Endure, and it was just gonna really annoy me. Addictive? It is. Thing is, though, if you leave it when you still want to do it, you're not gonna get burnt out. Like if I walked away when I was like fully burnt out for the day, that's when burnout could occur. So I'd rather like end on a time when I'm like I still want to go, because then I'm excited to do it the next time I do it. That's just a good thing for anything in life, to be honest. But no, we're not going to need 1900. I am confident we're getting it today. You know, it's a week since we started it. We've had a week of just knocking them out, and we're going to get it. I've never felt more confident about this hunt than right now. We're just going to keep headbutting these Farfetch'd. And we're going to get it. I know we are. I feel it in the air. I don't know if you can actually feel things in the air, but I feel something in the air. At least tomorrow's stream, we're gonna have happy half odds. I'm not knocking out the Wobbuffet with Brilliant in case it counters or mirror coats me. Been there, done that one too many times. Half odds is a good place to be. It is. When I hit halfway, I'm always motivated more. Like that 50% number is definitely a motivator number. I couldn't tell which one it was then. I didn't know if it was the one closer or the one further back. Like they was that close to each other. It was hard for me to tell. Have I been seen less since I returned from the Pokemon Center? We've seen 5 so far. Been like, we've seen one a minute. To be honest, it's quite average. Like, an average hour doing this hunt, at least for me, is 60 to 65 encounters an hour. The most I've seen in an hour is about 80. And the least I've seen is below 40. But I am interested to see if there's a chain or not. I'll have to look this up tonight. But I've been going longer than I usually do. I usually like to do like 2.5 to 3.5 hour streams. I really want this Farfetch'd, man. We've got some little piano jazz music in the background. Closing us out. I've seen more brilliant Pokemon since I got back from the Pokemon Center, I'll say that for free. Like, I think I've knocked out more brilliant. How many have I used? I've used 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 moves, and I've seen. This is my 10th move. So I've seen 4 brilliant Mon and 6 Farfetch'd. You still need to spend some time on Sword and Shield. These are caught on in Scarlet and Violet. Is there? I assumed, other than obviously the forms that are exclusive to Galar, I assumed every Pokemon had just been ported straight over, I'll be honest. Oh, right, okay, mainly, okay, fair enough. I think a hunt I do want to do in the future is getting a living dex of Hisuian formed Pokemon. So that'd just be spending quite a bit of time on Pokemon Legends Arceus. What Pokemon do you need from the Max Lair encounters? Used to do legendary runs of it, about 5 a day. Yeah, I think. What are the odds? Is it if you have the shiny charm, it's like 1 in 100? So it's decent odds, to be honest. You got a few already though. That's nice. It's probably getting your first one that's the hardest to like stay motivated to doing that routine of I'll do a couple. But yeah, it can be quite hard to do a hunt, to be honest. You have to sometimes think about path you want to take. Right. You got 2 Tapus on Latias. Nice. Yeah, and I think with that hunting method, it can very quickly like burn you out because it's a slow process to get 1 encounter for the legendary. I've never personally hunted doing the Dynamax adventures. I remember trying it out when the DLC came out, and I was like, oh, this is cool. And then I realised it takes about 20 to 25 minutes to do 1 encounter for the legendary, and I was like, This is rough. Especially when you have to sometimes train a certain Pokemon up just to be able to effectively run through the caves. Oh, it shouldn't be that long. I was just clearly bad at it. But again, I've only done it like 3 or 4 times, so... It's one of those methods that I can imagine you get good at, but different personally. You can't take Pokemon and you get given them. What am I thinking of? Am I thinking of like... I think I'm thinking of raid battles. You get to pick your path, don't you? And there's like 3 Pokemon, you get to pick which one you want to fight. And then you're like... At the end, you get to select one of the 4, don't you? If you do it with NPCs, basically, if there's gonna be they're gonna make a bad choice, you choose it for which out of the last choice. Okay. No, that like if I was ever doing counters that way, which I probably would. Again, it's a shiny hunting aspect. That I've never really touched upon. I'd have to like spend time studying, not studying, but watching people do it and learn how to do it myself. You get priority with NPC. I quite like that. Nothing annoys me more when it's literally RNG for computer and whether you succeed or not. Do you always get given the same Pokemon if you're hunting for the same thing, or is it like one time you might get a Noctowl, the next time you might get a Ninetales? It's randomizes the Pokemon. Suppose it keeps it fresh. But you can save 3 encounters. You can check if they're shiny as well, can't you? Thank you, I want to keep running it. Give it to one of your 3. Right, yeah. Yeah, I've probably spent about 2 hours in total, 3 hours in total doing it myself, and then very minimal time watching other people do it. If you catch a legend, you can't catch it again. Is that where you go down that list, you check if the legendary is shiny, and if not, you pick something else? If you catch a non-shiny, yes. No, I think that type of shiny hunting is what I'm clueless at that. Because, as I said, I've never done it. Never interested me, to be honest. I think it's a cool way to catch a shiny legendary. Just something that I've never spent the time looking into. We have got 2 Farfetch'd. One's a brilliant one. We've got a 1 in 580 chance of it being shiny. And it's not. It's not shiny. Yeah, if you're hunting, basically always say no to the shiny legend, yeah. Can you get every shiny? Not every shiny. Can you get every legendary on, like, Pokemon Sword? Or is it, like, some on Sword and some on Shield? It's a mix. I assumed it would be. Wait, we got another brilliant Farfetch'd. Here we go. But you can access them if you join people. Oh, I like that. So at least they're not, like, locked behind certain game. Something like Landorus. Oh, are they not available at all? Oh, I hate things like that. Yeah. You need to have like Thunderous Tornadus and then can finally get to Landorus. Yeah. Things like that are so annoying. Obviously it's more annoying when you have to have both games to get one of each. It's still annoying when you want to like shiny hunt as well, because you're like, if you just wanted to shiny hunt Landorus, you'd have to spend so long shiny hunting him. That you are not a Farfetch'd Wobbuffet. Is 100% the best way to get a shiny? Yeah, 1 in 100 is insanely good. Don't think you've ever gotten one. I honestly don't think I've ever had a shiny, unless it's like a giveaway or like where you used to have to go to a shop and get given the shiny. And I don't think I've ever had one of them. We got a brilliant Swirlix here. What is it with all these brilliant Pokemon out of nowhere? Like, I took a trip to the Pokemon Center and I came back and there's just one in every single patch of grass almost. Shiny Legendaries generally looks super cool. Yeah, they definitely on purpose make sure Shiny Legendaries look really good. Is it Solgaleo that's just like completely red? I really, really like that shiny. Yeah, that's him. Yeah. I don't know why. That's like one of the only shinies I can remember what it looked like. Like normal and shiny form, legendary wise. Wait, my bit rate earlier on. Oh, but anyone cares. I'm gonna snap anyone. Because it was like unstable, and now they said it's excellent, which honestly confuses me at times. Unless that's because that YouTube video is finally finished rendering it, like hours later. I won't worry about that yet. Of course, I accidentally went into a stuff once I'm trying to close the tab. I'm not even going to knock it out, because I know it's going to end. Max Raid, Dan's a fun music goes to Yeah, that's actually a very good point. Are you brilliant? No, you're not. If I ever got into that, I would definitely do it while streaming, as opposed to doing it as like a personal hunt. Usually I just do the personal hunts I usually do are just really boring. Like right now, I've not really done many encounters recently because I've been really locked in on this Farfetch'd. I'm doing a Gen 4 Mess Spirit Roma hunt. And sometimes it takes 5-10 minutes per encounter, but when I get it, it'll be a cool shiny. I still need to be aware of the time, even though I really want to hit 1900 encounters. I think we definitely get there, but I have to last minute end stream. We just seem to be in a Farfetch'd drought right now, though, however. But hopefully this will be the last drought before 1900. There we go. Hey, Farfetch'd buddy. It took a while, but you was here. Let's see. Gain at least to 90. Now that I've said it and I'm looking for it, it's not going to happen. But it'd be nice to happen. Glow, what are the odds with a shiny charm? 1 in 480, I believe. And that's when you've maxed out the odds. Let me have a look. Pokemon Sword, brilliant. Yes, right. If you have battled 500 and you have the shiny charm, your odds are 1 in 455. If you battle it from you've got no encounters, it's 1 in 1024. And every 100 it goes, the odds go up slightly. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. The issue, you don't see them. Yeah. Like, oh, it's great that the odds are 1 in 400 and something, but it's only a 1 in 33 chance of that Pokemon being an odds. It's just odds on odds. It's just pretty boring. Swirlix, man, we only got 3 or 4 out of that. No thanks you, not thanks. No thank you for balls. It's like if you was to hunt for just a brilliant shiny in the water. Oh, we got a brilliant Farfetch'd. I'll finish that in a second. In about 30 hours in this route, I've probably had about 10 brilliant Pokemon spawn in the water. That must have been his egg move, because I've never seen one use that quick guard before. Yeah, you can chain fish, can't you, or something similar in this game? Yeah. It's not like X and Y chain. X and Y chain fishing was so broken. Of course it used Endure. I used to love chain fishing in X and Y. I'm pretty sure in X and Y, I got every single fishing Pokemon available shiny. Other than probably 1 or 2 if it was quite rare. I used to love that method. The only thing I was probably missing was like probably a Dragonair or a Dratini or something. No, X and Y had such good shiny hunting methods. Boards, fossils, soft resets, they was really quick. Chain fishing. You really enjoy chain fishing? Yeah. It was so easy to set up as well. And you got really good odds, even without the shiny charm. If I had a DS capture card, I'd definitely stream a lot of XY shiny hunting. Hey, we got 3 in a row. Last 10 encounters of the stream. Do we think we're gonna get it? Believers. I'm a believer. I think we get it. On Fridays, Farfetch'd are yellow. I know they are. You really like X and Y Sun and Moon? Oh, Sun and Moon SOS encounters. Amazing. A lot of setup to get like a Smeargle that could stay in the battle constantly. But they were the peak for the end of DS lifecycle. They definitely were for shiny hunting. I didn't rate the stories too much of those games, but the shiny hunting capabilities in those games were... I still think they're unmatched to today. Yeah, you did mean shiny hunts? Yeah, I thought you did. I also think Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire had good ones. You know, with the Dex Nav? I used to really like Dex Nav hunting. We got a little bit of a chain going off here for the end. He's teasing us with the white chest. Yeah, peak times. I always, for some reason in my head, I always think Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire came just before them. Honestly, the DS had such a go-word end of life period, as you said. It actually did. Is that a brilliant one as well? It wasn't shiny, but I'll take some brilliant ones. I'll take like 10 to up the odds. Go for it. I wish there was a counter that told you how many brilliant Pokemon of a certain species you'd fought. Sword and Shield was the first gen of a Switch. Yeah, we had Let's Go, which... I mean, then we had these. Which... No, they was definitely lackluster. I think we just needed one good method. Just one. Like, base game method. Like, I know people like Dynamax Adventures, but they were DLC. So at the time, in base game, all you could do was this. It's just unfortunate. If you want your game to last long, you have to have good shiny hunting methods in it. Okay. Okay. The encounters are going quick now, I see it. We're coming up to 5 hours. And we're gonna have done 300, so we've done 60 an hour minimum. I'll take these odds. Not these odds, this encounter rate. Farfetch'd to show mercy. He really is. He's really like, just go. Just go. You're not getting it. Just go. There's no shot you're having it today. I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna appear quick so you can just go take a break. And this is the last one of the stream, unless the chain continues. 1900. We started on about 1600 today. Sadly, no Farfetch'd on the Friday. But, got the weekend. I'm hoping to get at least 2.3, 2.4k done this weekend. I'm closer to hitting odds, which means I've hit C more. And I'm closer to the shiny in general. It's gonna happen. It's just, when is it gonna happen? I'll do one more before I end, because I kind of got the stream down quick there. But I appreciate everyone that's clicked on the stream for the first time, and everyone that's came back. Thank you to all the chatters and the lurkers. I thought today was gonna be the day. I felt it. I just felt it. After like the first hour, I had a feeling it was going to happen. And sadly, it's not happened today. But you know, it's better that when a shiny Pokemon is a lot more satisfying when you don't expect it, I think. So I'm going to end the stream there. Thank you to everyone that has come, chatted, lurked, followed. I appreciate every new follow. And I appreciate all the chat, and especially about the Dynamax hunts. I'm clueless on those. I'll be streaming tomorrow. I don't 100% know what time yet, but I'll be live at some point. Probably going for another 3-4 hours. And you know what we're doing. We are looking for this Farfetch'd. So thank you for everyone, and I will see you all tomorrow, hopefully. I hope you all have a good weekend. And I hope you all have better shiny luck than me. Have a nice day, Robbie. It's been nice to meet you. See you all later.